Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/io. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/io. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With picture-in-picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and smart text selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google Keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about O'17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag O'17request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag O'17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017.
Hi, I'm Sarah from the Google Developer Certification Team. Last year, we launched the Associate Android Developer Certification at I/O. Now we're adding 2 certifications for mobile web developers. Why mobile? Mobile now accounts for over half of all web traffic. Users expect their small screen experiences to be as quick and intuitive as those on a desktop. But making the mobile web fast and easy takes some special skills. How can you prove you've learned them? We've created 2 new certifications to help developers get recognized for their knowledge and skill. introducing the Mobile Site Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. One focuses on sites and the other on web apps. Let's talk about mobile sites. What happens to your beautiful site if it takes too long to load? 53% of mobile visitors will leave a page if it takes more than 3 seconds to load. But the average mobile page loads in 22 seconds. Making this even 1 second faster increases conversion rates up to 27%. Google believes in the mobile web, and so do our customers. That's why we've created the Google Mobile Site Certification to help site owners find the best talent. Passing this exam demonstrates you have the knowledge for building high-performing mobile sites. It also highlights your understanding of best practices and current browser technologies. To pass, you'll need to be proficient across mobile site design, UX best practices, and site speed optimization. This certification is especially useful for developers working in-house for agencies or clients. To prepare, use the online study guide or e-learning course. Both are free. Once certified, you can promote your certificate on your Google Partners public profile and social media. What if you're developing mobile web apps? Developing applications requires even more specialized skills than sites, so we have a certification for that. The Mobile Web Specialist Certification shows you can build quality web apps, including progressive web apps. You take this exam by solving a series of coding problems. We'll test your skills in many in-demand areas, including responsive design, accessibility, and progressive web application development. This certification is especially useful for developers looking to move up in their careers. It will prepare you to tackle a wide range of challenges. We also provide a study guide and a range of courses to help you prepare. With multiple certifications, how do you know which one to take? Are you building mobile sites and need to demonstrate you have the knowledge to do it? Take the Mobile Site Certification exam. Need to show that you have the skills to build a mobile web app? Take the Mobile Web Specialist exam. Visit our certification page under the Google Developers website to learn more about our programs. Get the study guides, get ready, and let's go.
Okay, Google, what's the temperature like at Mount Everest?
The temperature there is -14.
Ooh, I better pack a jacket. Oh, hi, I'm Wayne Pekarski, and today I'm going to talk about the Google Assistant and how you can develop your own actions to be a part of this new ecosystem. At Google, we've been providing assistance to users for years across many of our products, but we think there's much more we can do to help people get things done right when they need it in a conversational way. And that's why we're building the Google Assistant. The Google Assistant can help users get things done throughout their day, whether they're at home or on the go. And it powers devices like, for example, the Google Home, a voice-activated speaker. To better serve user requests, the Google Assistant needs to work well with an ecosystem of everyone's favorite services. Actions on Google allows you as a developer to integrate your services with the Google Assistant, and that is what we're going to explain how to do in this video. Conversation actions enable you to fulfill a user's request directly via a two-way dialogue. Users don't need to pre-enable skills or install new apps to interact with any actions you build. When a user asks for your action by name, we'll connect them with you immediately. Let's first go through a detailed example of a user interacting with a conversation action. Think about something as simple as helping a user choose what to have for dinner based on their mood and the ingredients they have around. Let's call this action Personal Chef. The user first needs to invoke your action with something like, "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef." The assistant will then introduce your action, and now the user is talking to you directly. From this point onwards, you get to interact with the user and have a conversation. "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef."
Sure, here's Personal Chef. Hi, I'm your personal chef. What are you in the mood for?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so I'd like something to warm me up, like a hot soup, and I want it fast.
All right, what protein would you like to use?
I have some chicken and also some canned tomatoes.
Okay, well I think you should try the chicken tomato soup recipe I found on example.com.
Sounds good to me. So this is a pretty rich interaction. Think about all the sentences I spoke and how the action needs to extract the meaning out of this. How would you implement this? If you're an expert in the area of natural language processing, you can use the Conversation API, which allows you to process the raw strings that contain the spoken text from the user. You can then use the Actions SDK that includes all the tools and libraries you need to build the actions. However, if you don't want to process the user's transcribed speech yourself, you can use one of the tools that have integrated with Actions on Google. One of these tools is API.ai, which provides an intuitive graphical user interface to create conversational interfaces, and it does the heavy lifting in terms of managing conversational state and filling out slots in forms. This means you'll no longer need to process the raw strings. API AI can do this for you. To handle a conversation, you use the API.ai developer console to create an intent. This is where you define the information you need from the user. For our example, finding a kitchen recipe, this would be the type of food, the ingredients, the temperature, and the cooking time. You then specify example sentences. API.ai parses these sentences and uses them to train its machine learning algorithm to process other possible sentences from your users. You don't have to write regular expressions or a parser. You can also manually set what the acceptable values are for each piece of information. Once this is done, API.ai uses these definitions to extract meaning out of spoken sentences. The user can provide information naturally, out of order, all at once, or in pieces. The action can ask follow-up questions as needed. Pretty neat, right? Once you've set up everything in the API.ai console, you can then test it all out immediately with example sentences. Then you can test your project with the web simulator, preview it on Google Home, or deploy the full project to Google, all from within API.ai. Next, you can connect up an optional webhook to your intent to allow it to interact with a backend server. When all the details you need are filled in, your webhook is called with the appropriate details provided as JSON data. You don't need to worry about parsing strings or dealing with responding back with follow-up questions for the user. You can also develop the webhook using the language and hosting platform of your choice. It's just an HTTP callback. So API.ai makes this really simple. It's easy to get started, and you can have a prototype working in just a few minutes. You should check out our screencast video where we show all the steps to make this happen. So the Google Assistant is the next big opportunity for developers. By developing Actions on Google, you'll get cutting-edge experience in natural conversation interfaces and be ready to actively participate in the emerging space of AI-first computing. In addition, you'll be able to help shape the platform and grow your audience in all the devices and contexts where the assistant will be available in the future. And thanks to conversational interface building tools like API.ai, as well as Google's unique understanding of the user's interests and contexts, you'll be able to create frictionless, intelligent experiences for people that engage with the Google Assistant. You can find out more about Actions on Google by reading the documentation at developers.google.com/actions. We also have an Actions on Google developer community on Google+, so you can ask questions and share your ideas with everyone. We look forward to seeing what you build, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Nandini from Google's Conversation Design team, here to give you some tips on how to design your own voice and chat UIs using Actions on Google. Before we dive in, let's have a conversation about conversation. Consider this. All human inventions start as ideas. By definition, conversation is the exchange of ideas by spoken words. And by definition, civilization is the most advanced stage of human social development. It's the tangible expression of our common understanding and values, which is expressed through language. And language is molded and refined by conversations. A conversation is a contract between two participants with a mutual investment in the outcome. But all of that is really hard to codify. Building natural human-to-computer conversations is hard. But that's because human-to-human conversations are only deceptively easy. People are not going to change how they converse anytime soon. So the key to closing that gap between modern interfaces and thousands of years of evolution is to use what we know to be true about human-to-human conversation to teach our computers to talk to humans, and not the other way around. So the key to building a good voice interface is not to fall into the trap of simply converting a GUI into a VUI. Obviously, I can't teach you an entire design discipline in a few minutes, but I can give you 5 pro tips to set you up for success. Let's design a simple number guessing game along the way. Here we go. Number 1, leverage your brand and give yourself a persona. I don't mean a caricature or mascot necessarily, but you can do that too to make it even more accessible. A persona is more than that.
It's the consistent character captured by the voice and interactive experience. It's the face of that experience for the user. First, list the core attributes of your brand and what you stand for. Come up with the corresponding attributes that can be conveyed through design elements, and of course the voice dialogue itself. For example, if your brand is known for speed, something we at Google are known for, some attributes of the design might be to be intuitive and data-driven, since both of those elements cut out steps for the user. Some voice attributes for the actual dialogue wording might be engaging or apt or approachable, since those also tighten up the dialogue by removing ambiguity or making it easier for the user to have confidence in the interaction. Write a short style guide covering things like pace, tone, energy level, vocal attributes, and the overall impression that you're shooting for. Try to create a simple bio sketch of a character that might embody all of these attributes. Give it a name if you want. Also, there's a practical reason for creating a persona as well. It's a good grounding mechanism for you long term. Designers and developers will come and go, or multiple people could work on it at once. It'll give everyone something to fall back on for consistency. Finally, don't forget to identify yourself as a separate entity from the Google Assistant. That means greet the user. Number 2, think outside the box, literally. It's tempting to draw out a conversation path visually and plug in the dialogue and then dive right into the code or start stringing together blocks of context to write a working agent, and then back into the experience iteratively. We don't recommend this. You can, but I promise you it'll save time and give you a much richer experience to map out the core conversation paths ahead of time. This doesn't mean just the so-called happy path. It doesn't mean error paths either. Instead, write out your core experiences like you would a screenplay. This can be as scrappy as acting it out and documenting it on paper, or create an interactive prototype you tweak and play with until you're ready to start coding. And then, when you draw out your initial vision, keep it at a high level, where the boxes present entire dialogues or user intents, but leave out the individual wording you'll use in the interaction. Number 3, context. Here are just some types of context you can consider and infuse into a conversation to make it more meaningful. Where is the user? What are they doing? What type of device are they interacting on? How is the experience influenced over time? Where is the user's frame of mind in relation to what they're trying to do? Try to cater to their intent, not to a specific feature. Number 4, speech recognition technology isn't perfect, but it's getting better all the time. So for the most part, you might want to treat that as a black box that'll continue to improve. You have to, of course, be aware of its limitations, but try to step back and look at the interaction from the user's perspective when something goes wrong. You don't have to try to steer the user back to the original question if they don't get recognized immediately. There are so many reasons they might not have been. People hardly ever say nonsense. Try to take those so-called errors and make them into another meaningful turn in the dialogue. Finally, I leave you with a challenge. This new world of conversation design for machines opens up a great deal of opportunity that hasn't existed before for us to use technology to advance our lives. Sure, as you get started, create some games, but I urge you to think bigger eventually. Help give someone access to information or technology that they couldn't use before because of a physical, mental, or an economic disadvantage. We're excited to help you do that with Actions on Google. Check out the description for some resources, and we can't wait to see what you create.
We're bringing together a really talented group of designers and developers to collaborate and innovate and generate exciting ideas for what can be done on the Android platform.
Within this context of a sprint, I really think that the distinction between designer and developer is blurred. It's all about problem solving and getting it done.
You're not working with designers as an engineer making a mistake to begin with. I feel like every designer or engineer brings a perspective to a project, and that's what's nice about working with a designer. You think like an engineer, and designer comes and brings a perspective. In this group, I'm happy to work with super talented designers. It helps me understand Android better because I see how they're thinking about it. It kind of kills my prejudgments about the product, and I start thinking about it from a fresh perspective.
We focus in on generating a broad range of ideas that are really innovative and far-reaching, and then prototype and pull together concepts and prototypes to demonstrate and create a vision for what those concepts could be.
I never was really familiar with the idea of using this type of process for ideation, and it's impressive to see the degree of precision that Kai specifically has introduced in the way that she's run this process. It's been really enjoyable to see specifically how one exercise leads into the next, and the next, and the next, and how that can actually effectively yield good ideas.
We're a very small company, so effectively we're doing similar things all the time, but we often rush straight to the solution. It was nice to see some structure around, I guess, the process. So, it starts here and, you don't get to fix it straight away. It's like define the problem, then go to this step, then go to this step. And that kind of structure, though it seems kind of burdensome, like it actually improved like the overall thing we came up with.
When you're in a company, you tend to think about how the company kind of does something and how the things that you've learned in the past, and then here is just kind of like a blank canvas again, and you get to start new and then rediscover the things that kind of work in a workflow or in a much more creative space. I mean, here we try to build something in 3 days, which is insane. This is the first time we actually been in a sprint with just doing Android 2, and I would love to bring some more of the Android sprinting back to our company.
I think design sprints facilitate interdisciplinarity, interoperability, and all of the kind of amazing things that can happen from a good collaboration.
One of the really exciting features of Android is that it's a very open platform. Anyone can come and write their own apps and create their own concepts. We want to bring that opportunity of openness to the design community and inspire designers to generate concepts and ideas and design really cool apps that leverage the openness of the platform.
I was impressed with the openness of Android. It's definitely a unique thing that you might not find on iOS or other systems. In our app in particular, there's things that we definitely couldn't have done on iOS that are actually really useful. And it is nice because the app can organically come with you into the rest of your life.
I think for me, one of the big awesome parts of it was that I was able to begin to learn Android, which is something that I've always wanted to do as a prototyper. I just would like to get to know Android better, and this is a really big jump start.
One of the few constraints that they put on us here at the Design Sprint was to sort of come up with something that's unique to the Android ecosystem. And as we were going through all of our crazy eights and all of the myriad ideas that we had come up with, we actually abandoned some of them that were cool because they were kind of something that could feasibly be built on any platform. And I think that giving us that constraint infused our other ideas with more creative solutions. And I think what we came up with is so simple and so delightful and only available on Android.
Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. I used to play a lot of computer games. I was completely fascinated about it. I started to feel like I should prepare such games. I just wanted to learn how these applications react to humans. Somewhere, the dots were not getting connected. So I started reading blogs on all the possible online resources. Luckily, from GDG Bangalore, I got an invitation for Google Mobile India 2015. If I attend this competition, I could get a sponsorship for Nano Degree. I was completely excited. I figured out that's what I required to connect the dots. It's like being really in front of a teacher. It enabled me to develop a production-ready application and converting my idea into reality, something that helps education and make the world a better place. Now I'm feeling relaxed.
When we want to learn something, it's not very comfortable for girls. Generally, they don't go out and learn with with other colleagues. They don't prefer learning with someone. The reason I go to Udacity is because a friend of mine told me about how wonderful the course is, and even if you know nothing about Android, the courses are designed so that you don't have to have a very much detailed experience in Java or Android. So when I started the course, I was like very scared that like maybe it will be too technical for me to understand, because I don't know very much about Android or Java in very deep, like how to have some logic into a program and how to code in general. But the instructors, like my favorite way, Catherine, she makes it so interesting and so normal. You don't feel like that you are learning something, and it's a good way to learn online. Whatever I feel like learning today, I could just go and then search for it, and there will be a course available for that.
I was an HR. I was working as a recruiter, and I was completely unaware as to what I am supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter. I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's like, after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my 9th degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
I couldn't be happier to be here to see the launch of the Android skilling program. There's going to be so many new great Android developers here in India.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you know I'm from Delhi. Always fun coming back and meeting all of you.
We can scale up developers and scale up mobile developer training to help make India a global leader in mobile app development.
Having the universities teamed up with us in the skilling program is going to be a huge opportunity and make a huge difference.
Finally, we've launched it. It's been a year since we first introduced this program. 2 million developers.
I think that it's a really achievable goal, and I think that it would do a lot for improving the environment in the country in terms of hands-on programming. So I think it's great.
It's a massive number. The possibilities are immense. India will be the largest developer base globally, and just to get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
Let's do something big. More games, more users, more success.
Yes.
Everything more.
Developing a successful app isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you'll have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers. Working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, believe.
Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/io. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/io. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With picture-in-picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and Smart Text Selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google Keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about IO17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag IO17request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag IO17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017. Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll be here between sessions to guide you around the in-person experiences at the festival. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening on the ground. Have a question about IO17? Tweet it our way today through the 19th using hashtag IO17request, and a team of Googlers will be on site tracking down answers for you. You just saw our developer keynote where Jason Titus led you through our investments in tools and services for developers. That's you. It's our goal to simplify repetitive tasks like dealing with user login, analytics, or synchronizing real-time data. We're providing tools to make it easier to solve these and other everyday problems in simple and powerful ways. And we want to help you build amazing new experiences with machine learning, VR, and voice-enabled interactions. Let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard along those lines. Android is officially supporting the Kotlin programming language, in addition to the Java language and C++. Kotlin is a brilliantly designed, mature, production-ready language that we believe will make Android development faster and more fun. Android Studio 3.0 Canary is our new preview that includes 3 major features to accelerate the development flow. A new suite of app performance profiling tools to quickly diagnose performance issues, support for the Kotlin programming language, and increased Gradle build speeds for large-sized app projects. With Firebase, we're providing more insights to understand app performance through a new product, Firebase Performance Monitoring. We're also introducing integration between hosting and cloud functions, adding support for phone number authentication, and improving analytics. Oh, and we've also started open sourcing our SDKs. We've introduced new innovations for you to make it easy for your users to pay for services with the Google Payment API, to build profitable businesses with a completely redesigned ad mob, and to grow a user base with universal app campaigns. There are several powerful new features and reports in the Play console to help you improve your app's performance, manage releases with confidence, reach a global audience, and grow your business. Android Instant Apps is a new way to run Android apps without requiring installation. Now anyone can build and publish an Instant App. There are also more than 50 new experiences available for users to try out from a variety of brands such as Jet, New York Times, Vimeo, and Zillow. And finally, we're adding 2 new certifications for web developers, the Mobile Sites Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. Those are some of the highlights. Check out our Google Developers blog for a more in-depth recap of this afternoon's announcements. We have 14 content tracks with over 140 breakout sessions, all live streamed. And in between them all, I'll be your all-access pass with sandbox tours, interviews, and even a peek or 2 at the parties. Tune into the live stream on google.com/io, catch me in between sessions on any of the live stream channels, and follow the conversation on hashtag IO17. This is Google I/O 2017.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming to I/O 2017. Yeah. Yes, we got a great one to start. I'm so excited to kick this off. My name is Taylor Savage. I'm a product manager here at Google on the Chrome Web Platform team. Now, we work on a number of different web developer-facing products on this Chrome Web Platform team. And here today, I am here to talk about one of our biggest, which is the Polymer project. So the Polymer library is a small JavaScript library that makes it easier to build web components. Now, building big, complex things out of smaller, less complex things is a pretty fundamental part of any engineering discipline. And it's certainly fundamental to web development. It's hard to imagine building any kind of large, complex website or web app of any meaningful scale without some way of encapsulating and reusing logical and interface components. In the past, though, the web platform itself has never really provided us developers with a clear way to build components. We've had HTML elements baked into the platform, but we haven't had a platform-provided way to actually design and build our own components. That method has been nowhere to really be found. So as developers, we've always had to kind of drag along our own component model in JavaScript. So along with our application code that actually ran our applications, we've had to ship an invented abstraction in order to build any sort of meaningfully large application or to be able to reuse components in any sort of meaningful way. Now we have web components. Web components provide us with a very flexible, a very low level, but a fundamentally standardized way for building components on the web. It gives us encapsulation and reusability and interoperability, all things that a good component model needs, but baked directly into the web platform itself. Now, we've been excited about the prospect of web components for a few years now, and we've been working hard on the Polymer project to make it easier to take advantage of the promise of web components today. But this year, this I/O is by far the most exciting moment that we've ever had throughout the entire history of web components. Because as of this year, Safari now natively supports web components. Yeah, this is incredibly exciting. With Safari 10, the Safari browser shipped native platform support for custom elements and Shadow DOM, the two most critical web component APIs. Chrome supports these APIs. Opera supports these APIs. We've been on stage at I/O promising web components for a few years now, but now they're here. They're actually here. So with these browsers, there are over 1 billion active mobile devices in the world, in our pockets right now, in all of your pockets right now, that natively support web components with their browsers. Web components are no longer some distant future. Web components aren't really even that cutting edge anymore. Web components are just a reality of today's web, a massively powerful new tool in our toolbox as web developers, and really a deeply fundamental change to the way the web platform itself works that makes it a much more capable development platform to build the types of experiences that all of our users expect today. So our mission on the Polymer project, on the Polymer team, is not just to build useful tools for web development, but to work to fundamentally move the web platform itself forward and to make this future of web development more possible today. So the Polymer project as a whole started a few years back with a directive from some engineers on the Chrome team. And they said, we need to put together a team of web developers that can live in the future, that can build on the web platform not as it is today, but as it will be, and then kind of report back to the present to help us, the web platform team on Chrome, know what direction to go. So the Polymer project in this way was kind of designed as a laboratory for future web platform features that we wanted to bake directly into browsers, to find out what worked, to find out what didn't work, to provide feedback back to browser implementers and spec writers, and to do whatever we could to then bridge the gap between the web platform as it existed today and the new platform features that developers were going to be able to take advantage of in the near future. So fortunately, we are not alone on the Polymer project in this mission. We have friends also looking towards a web development future. In fact, we have a lot of friends looking forward to a web development future. The open source web ecosystem is a dazzling place. There is a ton of innovation, as everybody here knows, happening all the time when it comes to web development. React has brought functional reactive programming for UIs into the mainstream. Preact has made this possible at a fraction of the size. Vue takes a very bottom-up and modular approach to framework design. Svelte looks to start with this framework and then compile it all away. There's so much exciting stuff happening all the time in the web development open source ecosystem. It's an awesome place to work. There are luminaries charting new paths, trying new things, guiding the way all the time. So on the Polymer project, we look at our mission, we look at our contribution to this open source ecosystem through the lens of being part of the web platform team here at Google. So the Polymer team itself is really half web developers and half web platform implementers. And what we quickly realized was that web platform users, web developers, framework authors, have ways that they like building web apps. And web platform implementers, so browser engineers who spend their days optimizing platform features, building consensus around new platform features and APIs across different browser vendors, web platform implementers have ways that they think web apps should be built in order to be fast, in order to take advantage of all the things that this web platform does well and avoid the things that it doesn't do well. And these two worlds, how web developers like to build and how browser implementers like to build, sometimes don't agree. And sometimes they loudly disagree. So before web components, in order to build an application of any meaningful scale or size on the web, you needed to use a large JavaScript framework. It was an absolute requirement. And JavaScript frameworks can be really amazing. They allow for all sorts of different mental models to think about how you're going to build your app. They help developers avoid footguns that are in the platform. They grow large communities and ecosystems in and of themselves in their own rights. But fundamentally, as browser implementers, we see the fact that you can't really build apps with just the platform as a flaw of the platform itself. So with the Polymer project, we are pushing to make it possible to build and deploy apps that are closer to the web platform and use that platform the way implementers intend it to be used, rather than substituting a separate platform on top. And we think, of course, that there can be some very real benefits to using the platform directly to build an app. Less abstraction, shallower learning curves, better performance, better reusability and interoperability, faster load times, and ultimately a better user experience. So we sum up this mission in our slogan and rallying cry, which is to use the platform. There are two properties of the web platform that make it great. One is it's standards-based, and two is that it's open and distributed. Anyone can look at the specs and build a browser that supports the web platform. In fact, most browser rendering engines are open source. And no single entity can decide what makes up the web. So what we end up with is a number of different browser vendors in this collaborative competition with each other, this cooperation, each looking to provide a great user experience to its users in its own right, and each building off the same kind of general set of specs, but inevitably providing its own slight interpretation of what this web platform is. And so the end result is a web platform that moves very slowly and very methodically. Now, there are benefits to a slow-moving, methodical platform. But today, more than ever, we need that platform to change and to adapt. The original web platform was designed for documents. And then it allowed you to style those documents, and then maybe it allowed you to script some things in those documents. But the platform itself wasn't fundamentally constructed around the idea of building applications. It's lacked very basic things you need to build an application. It lacked proper encapsulation. It lacked a component model. It lacked an efficient way to load resources. And frameworks do an amazing job of making it possible to build apps that can survive on this web platform. They bring along the things you might need to build an app. They provide encapsulation. They provide a component model. They create a layer of abstraction that lets developers do things that the low-level web platform hasn't let them do. On the Polymer project, though, we have our web platform hats on. We have our browser implementer hats on. We want the platform itself to be rich and lush and powerful. We want the code you write to be eminently reusable. We want it to be more maintainable. We want it to be lighter weight and faster. We want it to be possible to build higher quality applications closer to this platform itself. And for your applications built close to this platform to directly benefit from all the hard work that's going on all the time to make the platform better and faster. So on the Polymer project, again, with our web platform hats on, we don't want to find a way to work around the web. We want to terraform the web itself. We want to make it easier for developers to take advantage of what the platform does well and actually change what the web doesn't do well, and that is what we mean by use the platform. Now, of course, use the platform doesn't necessarily mean use only the platform and nothing else. That's not reasonable. There's this wonderful symbiosis that exists between the platform and the JavaScript community. Then there's plenty that other frameworks can do that the platform can't provide, that Polymer can't provide. There's plenty that libraries and tools can do that wouldn't necessarily make sense in the platform, or that you couldn't reasonably build cross-browser consensus around in order to get baked directly into the platform. So with Use the Platform, we're just trying to go from the bottom up. We're trying to help raise the tide that can float all boats, to help developers ship code that's absolutely just the code that's absolutely unique to their application, and let the platform itself handle more and more of the glue. So the ultimate success for us on the Polymer project would not to be to have everyone in the world using Polymer. The ultimate success for us would be for the platform itself to be powerful and extensible enough that Polymer and our tools would no longer have to exist at all. So with Web Component shipping broadly, along with other new powerful platform features like HTTP2, like Service Worker, Use the Platform is not some hypothetical vision. It's a very real strategy that major companies and major projects are using today. So we get asked a lot, who is using Polymer? And the answer is a lot of people. So Comcast, the largest media company in the world, uses Polymer to share components across multiple different Xfinity properties that they own. USA Today uses Polymer to build rich interactive experiences like they had for the Olympics and the election. ING, the largest online bank in Europe, uses Polymer to share components across the dozens of different applications they have built for dozens of different markets. Net-a-Porter, the largest luxury fashion e-commerce company, uses Polymer to share rich components to keep a consistent design across multiple properties and pages. BBVA, one of the largest banks in Spain and Latin America, uses Polymer to share components to be able to quickly build new applications. Coca-Cola, the largest beverage company in the world, uses Polymer components to ensure consistent branding across all of their different digital signage. Electronic Arts, one of the largest game companies in the world, uses Polymer components to quickly spin up beautiful new sites for all the new games they're coming out with. And General Electric uses Polymer for Predix, which is their industrial Internet of Things platform, to make it easy to build all kinds of great data visualization applications on top of the Predix platform. So companies around the world are using Polymer to build applications, and companies around the world are also using Polymer and the Polymer App Toolbox to build lightning-fast, progressive web applications that use less data that load fast. Sites like Jumia Travel and Konga, the two largest e-commerce platforms in Nigeria, have production progressive web apps built using Polymer. WeGo, one of the largest travel booking sites in the Middle East and Asia, has a blazing fast progressive web app built with Polymer. And Ola Cab, the largest ride-hailing company in India, just launched a progressive web app using Polymer. And of course, at Google, we like to use the platform as well. So there are over 700 Google projects that use Polymer. In fact, Polymer is one of the largest front-end dependencies used here at Google. We use it in production on products like Chrome and YouTube Gaming and Play Music. The new Google Earth just launched using Polymer. And the new YouTube redesign is built using Polymer, one of the biggest web properties in the world making a bet on web components. So we're seeing huge momentum in Polymer web components, but this is only the beginning. We've been working on a ton of new stuff as well, which we're extremely excited to share with you today. So here to talk about some of the latest projects that we're working on the Polymer team is Wendy Ginsberg, the product manager of the Polymer project.
Thanks, Taylor. The first version of the Polymer library was released about 3 years ago, and it was one of those, hey, you go live in the future, report back and tell us what you found, proof of concept projects that Taylor was talking about before. It was a proof of concept that you could take these nascent web APIs and wire them together in such a way that you could build encapsulated, reusable, platform-based components. And we hacked through that for a while, explicitly as a non-production grade developer preview. But that didn't really seem to stop anyone. We saw that developers were still picking it up and trying it and using it, and they really liked it. And even some large companies like Comcast immediately took to this idea of having platform-based components. So we took the next logical step, and we decided to move out of a proof of concept and take Polymer into the big leagues to graduate a little bit as a production quality web components library with Polymer 1.0. And since we launched 1.0, we've seen a great deal of advancement and traction, as Taylor was talking about before. And Polymer 1.0 came a really long way on its own. We've seen it flourish in production in web apps all the way from Southeast Asia to North America. And with these web components APIs supported widely across browsers, we have the perfect opportunity to realize this initial vision even further. So we've taken the best of the Polymer library and the best the platform has to offer and fused them together to form the next major version of the Polymer library. I'm proud to announce Polymer 2.0. Polymer 2.0 is based on web platform standards that are natively supported on over 1 billion mobile devices. Because of advancements in the platform, Polymer 2.0 is 1/4 the size of 1.0. And all of this makes web components built with Polymer 2.0 interoperable by default, meaning you can use them more easily in popular JavaScript frameworks. Here to talk more about Polymer 2.0's main goals and how we achieve them is one of the tech leads on our core Polymer team, Kevin Schaff.
Great. Thank you, Wendy. So on behalf of the entire Polymer engineering team, we are really excited to get this new release out to all of you. So I'm going to give a brief introduction of Polymer 2.0 by talking about 3 key goals that we organized ourselves around for this release. So first is aligning to the latest platform features that are shipping across browsers today, delivering on the promise of web components interoperability, and then providing a smooth migration path for our existing customers to Polymer 2.0. So in the last couple of years since Polymer 1.0 shipped, all of the web browser vendors got together and agreed on a new set of web standards for defining web components. And in the modern browser, defining a new web component is as simple as writing an ES6 class that extends from HTML element. Now, you may not be familiar, but HTML element is actually the built-in base class that all elements in the browser extend from. And now using ES6 classes, we can do that very idiomatically. This is as simple as it is to define a new element that extends the browser. And then by registering that element with the new custom elements API, we can associate that class with an HTML tag name. And then anytime the browser sees an instance of that element, either in static markup or created dynamically, say via a framework, it's going to create an instance of our class. It's going to run the constructor, and it's here and a few other lifecycle callbacks provided by custom elements that we can implement the unique behavior of our element. And that's where Shadow DOM comes in. So Shadow DOM allows us to create a scoped subtree of DOM that's completely hidden from the outside. All of the styling in DOM are completely encapsulated and self-contained. And this is the real key to ensuring that web components are interoperable and can run in any environment. And what's awesome is that the code that I had up there on that previous slide requires no library code at all. So that 3 or 4 lines of JavaScript, we can actually just paste into an inspector plugged into any one of your phones right now, hit enter, and the browser knows how to construct and render that element, that component. Web components are native, right? So you may be wondering, if the browser is becoming so capable, if we have this built-in component model, why do we need Polymer at all? So Polymer's goal in life is to fill in a few key features that we find useful when building custom elements. Things like being able to render the contents of the Shadow DOM from a template, keeping the elements in that template in sync with the element state via data binding, providing a little bit of declarative sugar for things like custom event handlers. And then Polymer elements also keep their property and attribute APIs in sync so that you can send initial configuration down in markup and then interact with your element after that via properties in JavaScript. So this is a sampling of the features that we provide in Polymer. In Polymer 1.0, we provided these as kind of an opaque function call that kind of hid a lot of the beauty, the elegance of web components. So now that ES6 classes are native in the browser, we're actually, in Polymer 2.0, moving to a new syntax where we're layering the Polymer features onto that native elegant syntax in the browser. So if you're just getting started with web components, I actually really recommend you take this little snippet of code and play with it in the inspector in the browser. You can just get a feel for the web APIs right there. And then as soon as you're ready to start layering in some of the functionality that Polymer provides, it's as simple as changing the base class that you're extending from. So in Polymer 2.0, to use the features of Polymer, all you have to do is extend from Polymer element instead of HTML element, and then provide a little bit of metadata on your class to start taking advantage of those features. And because we're aligning to the ES6 class syntax, you get things like native inheritance for free. So you can extend an element that you've created or found on the internet, change some of its implementation details. I might return a different template that I want to render, and define a new element that has some extra different functionality. So to recap, Polymer 2.0 is aligning ourselves to these new platform features that are shipping across all of the web browsers. So ES6 classes, custom elements, Shadow DOM, and CSS custom properties. So I didn't really show custom properties in action, but this is very analogous to how custom elements allows us to extend HTML. CSS custom properties are a new native browser feature that are actually shipping across all browsers now. As of Edge 15 that shipped a couple weeks ago, we can now use CSS custom properties to define a custom styling API for our custom elements and for that Shadow DOM. And of course, for the remaining browsers, which are mostly users on desktop, right? So most of our mobile browsers with Chrome and Safari all have all of these features natively. For the remaining desktop browsers, we'll continue to provide a set of high-quality production polyfills that you can use to target all of these features. And the result of all of this is a dramatic reduction in code payload. On top of using these platform features, we're also shipping Polymer 2.0 with an improved polyfill loader that detects the capabilities of the client and only loads the polyfills necessary for that individual browser. And the result is this really nice reduction in payload. So as the capabilities of the browser go up, the amount of code that you need to load and run on the client to use all of Polymer's features goes down. And if we compare this to Polymer 1.0, you can see this is a huge improvement, especially for the most capable browsers. We're able to use Polymer's features in a fraction of size. And this slide right here is really the promise of web components in action, right? Aligning to the latest platform features. So I'll move to the next goal. This is around interoperability. And interoperability is a feature of web components that we've promised from the beginning, that building your components around a set of standard APIs that the browser understands means that you can use them in any environment. So we've always known that Polymer elements could be used here in static markup, say sent from the server, or inside of other Polymer elements. But the promise has really been that you could use Polymer elements here in an Angular component, for example, or even in some of the hottest new JavaScript frameworks out there, like Preact. But unfortunately, in Polymer 1.0, the realities of polyfilling these browser features kind of got in the way. When we set out to ship Polymer 1.0, we found that the mobile browsers of the day, kind of back in 2014, weren't capable enough for us to robustly polyfill the entire Shadow DOM spec. And so we made a conscious decision to we really reluctantly shipped a proprietary API for interacting with Polymer elements in the DOM that mimicked a lot of the Shadow DOM features so that you could use those features today on those underpowered devices. But unfortunately, this obviously broke that promise of interoperability. So I'm really excited to say that things are different now, right? With all of the mobile browsers that we're all using now shipping Shadow DOM and now being able to leverage Shadow DOM, the importance of the polyfills is slowly fading away. And so in Polymer 2.0, we've taken the opportunity to rewrite the Shadow DOM polyfill to be completely transparent so that any framework that's rendering the DOM is actually using Shadow DOM. And the result of this is that Polymer elements built with Polymer 2.0 will now be able to be rendered by all of the JavaScript libraries out there today. And as you know, in the JavaScript community, all the frameworks that everyone's going to be using tomorrow are probably going to be totally different. But the key point to take away is that elements built with Polymer 2.0 and web components will still be compatible with them, right? The promise of web components. All right, so last I want to touch on the migration path that we've charted for Polymer 2.0. So as Taylor mentioned, there's a ton of really awesome companies making huge strategic bets on Polymer and web components. And we're really excited to get this release out to all of you. But we also know how scary a big breaking change it can be to the foundation of your tech stack, something like the component model that you're building everything from, right? And so we spent a ton of time and effort on the Polymer team to craft a really nice migration path from Polymer 1 to Polymer 2. So on the left here, I've got an example of the Polymer 1.0 syntax. And if you're not familiar with it, it's fine. all I want you to do is pay attention to the right and get a feel for the amount of work that will be required to port from Polymer 1.0 to Polymer 2.0. All right? Does everybody spot the difference? That's right, there's not any. Because Polymer 2.0 is shipping with a backward compatibility layer that allows elements written with the Polymer 1.0 API to still target Polymer 2.0 and all of the native browser features that we're taking advantage of. And so for the vast majority of Polymer 1.0 code out there, the only changes that will be needed to migrate are some minor changes to the template to align to the new Shadow DOM spec. But that's really mechanical. So for the users getting started with Polymer 2, we'll have a really nice set of options for getting started. A lot of users will be able to just start right with the ES6 class syntax and get all the benefits of using native classes in the browser, like inheritance and native supercalls. On the other hand, a lot of users that have existing Polymer 1.0 code will be excited to be able to port that to 2.0 as quickly as possible. And for those users, they can just simply load the compatibility layer, make those minor changes to the template, and be off and running. And then migrate ES6 classes in over time as they see fit. And then last, we're also shipping with what we're calling a hybrid pattern, which allows users to port elements to a common subset of features in Polymer 1.0 and 2.0. And then those elements can actually run in applications targeting either version of the library. And this will be really useful for organizations shipping a lot of components to a lot of production applications at the same time, because it means they won't have to freeze their application development while they're porting their whole element set. So I'll also mention that we've dog-fooded this migration path with all of the elements that the Polymer team maintains, something like 75 or something, and then a whole bunch of our demo applications. We're also hearing really good things from the community that the migration from Polymer 1.0 to 2.0 has been incredibly smooth. So that's Polymer 2.0 in a nutshell. We're aligning to the latest platform features. We're delivering on the promise of web components interoperability, and we're providing that smooth migration path for people to get up and started with it today. So with that, I'll hand it back to Wendy to talk about all the other awesome stuff that's happening on the project. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kevin. So the Polymer project isn't just about the Polymer library. It's made up of a bunch of things. Because building web apps can get complicated, and as we all know, web development nowadays can be unnecessarily challenging. So we bring a whole suite of tools, libraries, and patterns to support you. We have our elements, a collection of about 100 web components made by our team. This includes material design UI components, Firebase integration pieces, data storage elements, and much more. To make development with web components as streamlined and accessible as possible, we have a full suite of web component tooling projects, so you can use those with Polymer or any other sort of web components you're using. To learn best practices for rendering web components both reliably and at scale, we've created a few helpful patterns. Most recently, we've developed the purple pattern, which focuses on fast first load, emphasizing time to interactive, and reliability in all network conditions, including usability offline. And with the Polymer library as the foundation for building components and tools and patterns to help along the way, we've also gone that next step and built the Polymer App Toolbox. The Polymer App Toolbox is a set of tools, templates, and off-the-shelf components to help you build web component-based progressive web apps more easily. So that's quite a lot under the Polymer project umbrella. And over the past year, we've advanced each portion of the library and the other projects to pack in more power and help you build for the future faster. So the Polymer library exists to help you build encapsulated reusable components. We know this. So of course, the Polymer team uses it ourselves to power all of the elements that we've made. And as Kevin mentioned, we've taken all of our elements, about 100 of them, and ported them over to hybrid mode so they can be used in projects built with Polymer 1.0 or 2.0. And so sure, there are a bunch of elements that we've made, but there are hundreds more open source, off-the-shelf, high-quality web components that you can use today. And if you want to find any elements to use, they're all conveniently located in the same place, on webcomponents.org. Webcomponents.org launched just a few months ago, and it's a consolidated home for high-quality, open-source web components of all types, made with plain JavaScript or library-based. And since its release just a few months ago, we've seen an overwhelming wave of organic growth to the site and the community around it. As of now, there are almost 1,000 elements up there to choose from. And besides that large selection, There's a rich feature set on the site that makes it an awesome place to search for, try, and vet components before downloading. So there's automatically generated documentation across the entire site that gives a consistent look and feel no matter which component you're looking at. There's also inline editable demos. So if we watch here, if you're looking at this game card component, you can click, see that CSS animation inline. You can even edit the attributes down there, change the rank to an ace, a 5. It updates real time, pop in another one, unrevealed, and the card flips over. It's pretty awesome. You don't have to download a thing. This works right there on the page. We also have collections, if you want to make it even easier to find different elements that are related. This is the Google Cast collection. So if you want to add cast integration to any of your projects, it's as easy as finding this collection and popping one of those elements in. There's also a couple from IBM Research and other developers in the community who have collected really great components together. And lastly, if you really want to vet and see how popular a component is before you download, here's a super helpful one if you want to add emoji rain to any of your projects, because of course we all want to do that, made by our very own Monica. You can see that it's got 120 stars on GitHub. You can check out forks, active maintainers, and see the health of an element in the open source community before downloading. And lastly, I just wanted to show some super cool elements that I really like that you can install, import, and insert directly into your code. On the top left, you can check out that game card. It's got those beautiful CSS animations and resizable SVG graphics. The queens and the jacks look awesome. There's that sign here element, which has this really cool ink texture for the signature. And there are way, way more. And if any of these look cool to you, just remember that this is a tiny sampling of what's on webcomponents.org. And there are many more useful interoperable components. Anybody can get up there and publish an element. So anybody here, if you want to go home tonight and do that, it's open to you. And a big reason I really love webcomponents.org is because of that community-driven variety that only continues to grow and flourish, rich with web components of all types. Because Polymer is just one way to build web components. It's that same philosophy which inspires our tooling team's commitment to building tools for all web components, not just those built with Polymer. Because it's 2017, and where would a web developer be without her trusty tools? I know that a lot of developers, including myself, have a love-hate relationship with tooling. So we make sure to make our tools as straightforward as possible so they really empower you while you're developing to be better. Two of our most popular tooling projects are our IDE plugins and our CLI. And yes, they work for Polymer and vanilla web components. I'm not going to go into too much detail on these because we have a whole talk about this tomorrow. But real quick, our IDE plugins are awesome for Polymer and web component development. We have them for Atom and VS Code, and they include features like type-ahead completion, real-time linting, real-time error checking, and even inline documentation. So you can check out docs as you're typing to get reminded of different properties. We also have the Polymer CLI, which you can think of as your web component multi-tool or your Swiss Army knife. And it's simple, it's smart, it's got just a handful of really powerful commands that make building with web components smooth and efficient. So by using the Polymer CLI and all of the commands, you can get a web app template with a responsive design, client-side routing, and an automatically generated service worker with little to no effort on your part. Just a few command line scripts. So our CLI is built around the concept of taking all of the best practices of progressive web apps with web components and making them as simple and straightforward and accessible to achieve as possible. So I wanted to dive into one of our newest best practices that the CLI enables. How many of you are familiar with the purple pattern? Oh, awesome, awesome. So the purple pattern was designed by the Polymer team to promote efficient, scalable loading on client-side web apps. We introduced it last year, actually Kevin did, on the stage at I.O., and we've seen it really take off since then. You'll hear a bunch of folks talking about it at I.O., including Adi Osmani and Alex Russell. And it's pretty apt that Alex Russell talks about it. So some of you might be familiar with Alex Russell or slightly late on Twitter. But if not, know that he, one, cares a lot about web performance, and two, is very active about that on Twitter. He's also an engineer on the Chrome team who sits just a few feet away from us. And us being on the same team does not make us immune to that. It actually makes us a really conveniently located audience. So in fact, it was one of our many performance discussions with Alex that led to the creation of the purple pattern. So you all have him to thank for that. And even though we read it as purple, it has nothing to do with the color. It's just a really convenient acronym highlighting key loading techniques. And you could think of it a lot like AJAX, in that it doesn't specify one specific API that you must use, rather a kind of a roadmap for how you should be building and loading. The first P stands for push, proactively delivering all of the resources necessary to satisfy our user's initial request. And you can do that using HTTP2 server push or preload. R is for render only the requested route, because the most important thing when loading is getting that initial critical view rendered and interactive. The next P stands for pre-cache. Pre-cache the resources necessary that a user might want to access later, and you can do this using a service worker. And that'll keep you one step ahead of a user as they interact with your app. And L is for lazy load, which is how you'll be loading your code or your resources, whether that's from the cache or by making an additional network request. So this might seem like a lot to do, but with the power of the Polymer CLI, and mostly just the inherently granular, declarative, and low overhead nature of web components, we've done much of this grunt work and automated it away. So now getting started with Purple is as simple as choosing a Purple-ready app template, running a CLI command or two to let us analyze your dependency graph and generate a manifest, and then follow instructions to deploy to a serving environment like Firebase or App Engine. That's it. And if you want to learn more about Purple, you can see it in action, both in demos and production today. Purple is actually being used in the most high-profile PWA on the web, Twitter Lite, Twitter's new progressive web experience. And Twitter Lite isn't even built with Polymer. It's just using these Purple principles in action. But if you want to build Purple experiences faster, we've got you covered with the Polymer App Toolbox and our Polymer App Toolbox sample apps. Polymer News is a full-featured, open-source progressive web app built using the Polymer App Toolbox. Along with a demo and all of the code, full documentation outlining our design decisions, architecture choices, and even advanced features like integration with AMP or how to include ads. All of that is outlined for you online. But that's not all our apps team has been working on. We tasked a few of the engineers to build something awesome out of the newest APIs. We challenged them to deliver a mobile web experience that you would only expect from native, and of course do it in a fraction of the size. And they did. And they called it Cheese. So let's take a look at the demo. When Cheese opens up, it looks like a native app, but I can assure you it is a full web experience. It's got that jumping up and down button that says Say Cheese at the bottom, encouraging you to either upload a photo or take a photo. So we're going to upload a photo. And the photo pops right onto the screen, and you can see these beautiful CSS animations scanning the image for facial expressions and for face. And then it jazzes up the photo with emoji, popping on eyes and silly hats, even gets your expression and replaces it with an emoji. It's pretty cool, yeah? And then you can even swipe through and find all of the other great things we've added. And when you find one you like, let's go all the way back. I think I like that first one a little bit. You can even move the emoji. So maybe we want to take the cheese off of Valdrin's head and put it onto Frankie's, because he looks pretty good with it. And then you can download the photo and share it with friends, share it with us on Twitter, share it later. And as you can see, our team, our family, our friends had a blast using Cheese and Google's Vision APIs to jazz up our photos with emoji. You can check out Kevin's kids, looking really great there. My dad blending in with some sheep in the top left. And it was really fun to use Cheese, but Frankie, Valdrin, and Keanu, who built it, had such a great time building it because they got to use all the latest web technologies. They built a Polymer 2 ES6 class-based syntax progressive web app using Purple pattern with H2 push on Firebase. All of that earned them a 100 out of 100 on Lighthouse, which means it has offline support. And it uses Google's machine learning technology through the Vision API to power all of that, finding your expression, finding your eyes, your nose, and even cooler, it's got some great accessibility features. So it uses Google AI to read your image, figure out what's in it, and add an alt tag right on there. So you can use VoiceOver and listen to what you took a photo of. It's pretty crazy. Here's the URL for Cheese, cheese.polymer-project.org. We'd love to see your selfies, whether you're here at I.O. or watching somewhere around the world. And then you can share them with us on Twitter. See if you can come up with any crazy combinations. So that's everything. That's the Polymer 2.0 library built for platform-based interoperable web component development. Webcomponents.org and our house-made Polymer elements all ported to hybrid mode. A suite of web component tooling with our CLI and our IDE plugins. The purple pattern for scalable, efficient loading. And the app toolbox and app toolbox reference implementation, Polymer News. This is our mission in action, bringing the future of web development into the present by enabling web developers to more easily lean on everything new and powerful the web platform has to offer. We are committed as a team to researching and developing better ways to leverage all of these new platform features. We're going to continue to advance our library and support developers and companies large and small that depend on us. And we'll focus on spreading news and best practices to make sure that developers can build with the platform symbiotically for the long term. The future is here, and with all of the recent and revolutionary platform advancements, right now is a really awesome time to be a web developer. So we hope you enjoyed hearing all about the latest releases from Chrome's Polymer project. There will be many, many more ways to learn about us all throughout I.O. In fact, this is our largest presence at I.O. yet. If you want to learn more, if you want to learn more about 2.0 and a la carte, you can check out Monica's talk bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow on stage 1. If you want to learn more about tools, you can check out Justin's talk tomorrow right here on this stage at 3:30. We've got refreshed brand new code labs. We've got onboarding material on our site. We're going to be in the web sandbox and at office hours. You can come talk to members of the team. Most excitingly, you'll have to make it to the after hours event tonight to check out the Polymon battle stage. If you were at CDS, if you played Santa Tracker, if you were at the Polymer Summit, you'll know about this. But it's a progressive web app where you can battle people head to head. And if you want to see even more about Polymer after I.O. is said and done, there's a full event dedicated to it, the Polymer Summit. And we're extremely excited to bring it back for a third time in Copenhagen on woo! The summit will be in Copenhagen on August 22nd and 23rd. And this time we want to hear from you, the community. So if you want to talk on stage at a Google developer event, now is your chance. Go to this URL, g.co/Polymer Summit 2017, to hear more about tickets, which are free as always, and updates. Hope to see you all there. That's all for us. If you have questions or just want to say hi, feel free to stop by. Thanks.
Welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market. However, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users. You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career. but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers. Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, 3 things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user's session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them. Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and now on tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google search, and allowing you to re-engage your users.
So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are going to love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting.
Android Instant Apps make it possible for users to access your app without having to install it first. Imagine users opening your app just by clicking on a link in an email or a text message. We've recently made Android Instant Apps available to all Android developers. To take full advantage of this, we have some best practices to help you make your Instant Apps user experience as great as that in your installed app, or maybe even better. You can find all this and more at the URL in the description below. It's important to keep in mind that by enabling your app to run instantly without installation, you're not creating another additional app. We're thinking of Instant Apps as another way to use the app your users already know and love. It's the same app, just without installation. By adding the ability to access your app directly from a link, a search result, or another app, it's much easier for users to engage with your app and get excited about it. If they decide to keep your app on their device permanently, they can then install it right from within the Instant App. The ability to launch an app without having to install it provides an enormous opportunity. For a long time, app developers have focused on the number of app installations as a proxy for the metrics their business really cares about. Without installation, users simply weren't able to engage with the developer's offerings at all. Removing this barrier to entry enables you to think about the metrics your business really cares about. Your audience is now just one tap away from engaging with your service. Your Instant App is just another mode your app can run in. So don't branch your UI and make any unnecessary changes regarding the layout, interface, design, or experience of your Instant App. The transition from instant to installed mode after installation should be as smooth and seamless as possible. Your users should have a rich and full app experience, even if they haven't installed your app. Rather than thinking of Instant Apps as a limiting factor to what your audience can do, think of it as an opportunity to get them to your functionality quicker and a way to foster your relationship with them. Avoid prompting your users to install the app when they're in the middle of a task. They'll be much more inclined to place your app onto their device permanently after it has had the opportunity to prove its usefulness. Refrain from bouncing them back and forth between your Instant App and your mobile web offerings. You can probably tell by now, Instant Apps are all about removing friction for your users and getting them closer to your functionality. Think about ways you can remove further barriers for your users. For example, wait until users can see the benefit of making an account and signing in until the value of doing so becomes apparent. Asking users to create an account after installation seems like a small additional ask when they've already gone through the app installation flow and are only just getting started. However, when they're coming from a link looking for specific content or functionality, being asked to register can feel very disruptive. Additionally, make sure to use available APIs to make your and your users' life easier. Using Google Smart Lock, for example, makes signing up and signing in a much simpler and straightforward experience. In summary, we really think that Instant Apps will unlock a lot of opportunity to engage your audience more directly. Users will be able to focus on what it is they want to accomplish rather than having to spend time maintaining and updating apps on their phone. We're super excited to see what you come up with. Everything I talked about here and much more you can find on g.co/instantapps. Thanks for watching.
At this time, please find your seat. Our session will begin soon.
Oh, this. Start.
All right, hi, good afternoon. If you're just coming in, please get settled quietly. We have to get started to stay on schedule. Hi, I'm Mike Claron. I'm on the Android team. I manage the System UI framework and UI toolkit teams there. We're going to be talking today in a lot of detail about some big changes to how we recommend that you build Android applications. But before we go into a lot of the details, I thought it'd be helpful to step back a bit and frame the discussion by talking about where we came from and where we're going. So let's do that. So to start, Android has always been based on some strong principles. Not surprisingly, those were best expressed by Diane Hackborn. She's the one who actually architected most of the Android framework. She wrote a post about this a few months back, and I have some excerpts from that here. If you look at our core primitives, activity, broadcast receiver, service, content provider, you might reasonably think that those constitute an application framework. But that's not the right way to think about it. These classes are actually contracts between the application and the operating system. They represent the minimal amount of information necessary so the OS knows what's going on inside your app so we can manage it properly. So as an example, if your app is running in the background, but it's also exposing data to another application through a content provider, the OS needs to know that, and we need to know that so we don't accidentally kill you. The content provider is a mechanism that tells us that so that we can keep you alive. So we think of these core classes as really being like the fundamental laws of physics for Android, hence the illustration. That is the cover of the manuscript where Isaac Newton first presented the basic laws of motion. Now, fundamental laws are a good thing. I use a shorthand when talking about this. I say Android has good bones, even though people look at me funny after I say that. But what I mean by that is that Android is based on a small, stable, cohesive set of core primitives, and that allows a common programming model across a really incredibly diverse range of devices, from wearables to phones to tablets to TVs to cars and more. This model also gives application developers the freedom to choose whatever framework they want inside their application for their internal framework. So that means that we on the Android team don't have to get involved in debates about whether MVC is better than MVP or whether MVP is better than MVVBM. You guys can pick whatever makes sense to you. Now, that's a pretty good story if you are in the operating system business, like, say, me. But if you're in the app development business, like, say, all of you, that's really only chapter 1 of the story. And the reason for that is because while strong fundamentals and freedom of choice are good things, we know that in your day-to-day jobs, and we know this because you told us, you want more from us. So I'm going to abuse my analogy a bit here. We can all appreciate the simple elegance of Newton's laws of motion, but if your job is to land a rover on Mars, you don't want to come to work each day and start with only F equals ma and derive everything from first principles. So we've been talking to developers both inside and outside of Google and taking a hard look at the app development experience. And we've realized a couple of things. First, there are peaks and valleys. Some aspects of app development are better served by our APIs than others. For example, we think Recycler View is at the better end of that spectrum. So with Recycler View, we didn't say, hey, we give you events, and you can draw stuff, and in between you have a Turing-complete language, so good luck with everything else. On the other hand, maybe activity and fragment life cycles belong down in that dark, shadowy place, because there, I think, too much of it is indeed left as an exercise for the reader, and we want to fix that. So as we thought about this, we realized a good solution has some key properties. First, we have to solve the right problems. This is going to be a sustained effort, like sustained for us on Android. But for the first cut, we want to make sure that we're going after the problems that every developer faces, the things that are hard to do right now. Again, app lifecycles is a really good example. If you don't get that right in your app, nothing is going to work on top of that. And that's true for your app, but that's also true for the frameworks we're trying to build. We have to get that right before we can do anything else. Second, we have to play well with others. We know that you all have huge investments in your existing code bases, and we can't create a model where the first thing we say to you is throw all that out and start over. So we're trying to create APIs that you can adopt a little bit of it at a time, and also that interoperate well with other libraries or other frameworks. Third, we want to be more opinionated. We want to take a stronger, clear stance on how to Android an app the right way, at least as we see it. Now, this is all still optional, and if you already have something that works for you, then great. But developers are telling us that they want more guidance on how apps should be built. And by the way, we're not changing any of the laws of physics here. We're just layering some higher level constructs on top, because after all, F is going to equal MA whether you believe it should or not. Next, it needs to scale. We want solutions that are industrial strength and that will scale to the real-world requirements of real-world applications. We don't want to build something that's awesome for Hello World, but then it's going to collapse the first time it bumps into the messy complexities of reality. And finally, reach. For this problem, for making it easier for you to write Android applications the right way, what we think is the right way, we want to use libraries like supportlib wherever possible, rather than adding new APIs to the platform, because that lets our solution reach older versions of the OS as well. OK, so that's the background on what we're trying to accomplish and why we're here. Now I'd like to introduce Yeet, Toolkit Engineer Extraordinaire, and he's going to walk you through what we actually built. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Hello, everybody. So, OK, that was the background. What are we shipping today? The very first thing we are shipping is an architecture guide on developer Android.com. Now, for over years, you have been asking us for our opinion, like how do we think then an application should be built? And this is that guide. So we believe that is a very good, covers lots of application cases. But even if you have an architecture that you are comfortable with, you can keep it, but you can probably learn something from this guide. Second, we are shipping a new set of libraries that we call architecture components. These are more fundamental components where you can build your application on top. The first thing is lifecycles. So this is the biggest developer complaint we have. Lifecycles are hard. Lifecycles are hard. And we say, OK, we should solve this problem. And the first level of this new set of components. Second one is lifecycle-aware observables, which we'll go in detail later. But this is basically things that can do something based on the lifecycle. Third, we are going to introduce a lightweight view model, which is all of our effort to take out that code outside of your activities and fragments and put it somewhere else where you can easily test it. Last but not least, we are going to introduce a new object mapping library for SQLite. And all of this is available for you today on mavengoogle.com. OK. Let's talk about lifecycles. So what's hard about lifecycles? Why do we hear so many complaints about that? Let's go through an example. Assume we have an activity where we want to show the location of the device on the screen. So you'll write something like this. You create a location listener. On create method, you need to initialize it with the context. Then you have a callback that it calls whenever the location changes. And then you update the UI. Now, if you have ever written an Android application, you know that this code is never enough. You also need to go ahead and override on start and then tell it to start, and override on stop and tell it to stop. You always need to do this babysitting for these components. But this is acceptable. This is a simple example. This looks all right. But then your product manager comes and says, oh, you know what? We need to first check the user settings before asking for location. Then your developer says, OK, sure, that's an easy change. I'm going to change this method to first call this utility method, which probably makes a web service call to check the user settings. And then if the user is enrolled, then we want to start the location listener, which looks like a very simple change. You will think this would work. But let's look at what happens in that activity's lifecycle. So our activity was created. We said, OK, when start, check if the user's status is enrolled. Then meanwhile, user wants to rotate the device, which rotation means a configuration change, which means Android is going to recreate that activity. So in onStop, we knew about this, and we said, OK, location manager, stop. And then the new activity came. It also goes through the same thing. Looks all right, except, do you remember this call we made before? That little change, and then it decides to come back. Hey, user is enrolled. And then what we did, we said, OK, then start. Now you realize the bug. We called start after calling on stop, which means our activity will live forever. We are going to observe the location forever. The battery will drain. We will have sad users. This is a situation, right? We want to get rid of this. We want to put an end to this. So we said, OK, we need to acknowledge, like as Mike mentioned, we cannot change the laws, but we can make it easier to deal with these things. So we decided to introduce a new interface called Lifecycle Owner. This is a thing with a lifecycle. Is your activity, is your fragment, or maybe you have your own UI framework, whatever the container you have there is a lifecycle owner. And we have these lifecycle observers, which are the things that care about the lifecycle. Like the location listener we had, it cares about the lifecycle. It wants to stop itself if the lifecycle is not active. So we said, OK, we will acknowledge this, and we have lifecycle observers. I will go through our activity. Now we make our activity extend the lifecycle activity class. This is just a temporary class until these components reach 1.0. Then everything in support library will implement this lifecycle owner interface. Inside our activity, when we initialize our location listener, we are going to tell it this is the lifecycle you care about. And that's all we will do. The rest is the same. It calls back. We update the UI. So how can we change our location listener to take advantage of this lifecycle? Oh, we do the same thing for the user status as well. OK. So there's some boilerplate code here to get the fields. It doesn't really matter. But we have this enable method, which gets called if the user is enrolled. Inside this enable method, now we want to start listening to location only if the activity is started. Now you can do this. You can say, what is my current state, which is amazing. We didn't have this API until now. But now you can. So OK, that was a simple change. But we also get notified, what if we get enrolled when the activity was in the backstack and user comes back to the activity? Now we should actually start the location manager. For this, we want to observe that lifecycle. To do that, we implement this interface, which allows us to write these methods. You can annotate a method saying that if onStart happens, call this method. And the new components will take care of calling it. So if you are already enabled, now you start. And on stop, you disconnect. And last but not least, if the activity is destroyed, there is nothing you want to do with that activity, so you can unregister. So now you might be asking yourself, well, you just moved those onStart, onStop methods from the activity into this location manager. Like, how come it is simpler? It's simpler because those methods live in the right place. It's the location manager which cares about the lifecycle. So it should be able to do it without the activity babysitting itself. Like, I'm sure if you look at your code today, your activity onStart, onStop methods are like at least 20, 30 lines of code. We want them to be 0 lines of code. If we go back to activity, I want to point out something that, look, in onCreate, we initialized these components, and that's all we did. We didn't overwrite, we didn't onStop, onStart, we don't overwrite any of those things because the location manager is a lifecycle-aware component now. So it's a new concept we want to introduce. A lifecycle-aware component is a component that can get a lifecycle and do the right things. It can take care of itself so that in your activity, you can just initialize it and forget about it. You know that it's not going to leak you. Now, of course, it was like more of moving the complexity from activity to the location manager, and then it still needs to deal with lifecycle. We said, OK, what do we want? It's nice to be able to do that, but we want more. We want a very convenient to handle this common case. It's very common that your activity or fragment, it observes some data, and whenever that data changes, it wants to refresh itself. Like, it happens basically almost every single UI. And we want to share resources across multiple fragments or activities. Like, the location of the device is the same from fragment to fragment. If you have 2 fragments, why do you need to create 2 listeners to listen to the same location? Hence, we created this new live data class. Let's look at that. So live data is a data holder. It just hosts some data. It's like an observable. But the tricky thing about live data is that it is lifecycle aware. It understands about life cycles. Because it understands about life cycles, it automatically manages subscriptions. So very similar to the previous example, if you are observing a live data, you don't need to unsubscribe. The right things will happen in the right times. So if that location listener was a live data and a singleton, because location is singleton, we could write the code like this, like get the instance, start observing. And when you observe, you say, this is my life cycle. This is all you need to do. Before on Android, if you were observing something singleton from an activity, everyone will give like -2 to that code review. Now you can do this. This is safe. Nothing ever leaks. So if you want to change our location listener to use this new API, we get rid of all the unnecessary things. All we need is a context to connect. But we say, this is a live data. This is a live data of a location. And we get these two new methods. One of them says on active, which means you have an active observer. And the other one says on inactive, which means you don't have any observers that are active. Now, at this point, you're probably asking yourself, what is an active observer? Now, we define an active observer as an observer that's in the started or resume state, which is like an activity user is currently seeing. So if you have an observer in the backstack, there is no reason to code this inactive. Like, there is no reason to update that activity because user will never, ever see what's going on there. So inside our connect method, all we need to do is whenever the system location manager sends us a new location, we call set value on ourselves. Then the live data knows which are the active observers and delivers the data to those observers. Or if one of the observers was like on the backstack and then becomes visible again, live data takes care of sending the latest data back to that observer. And then we can make our location listener singleton because, well, we don't need multiple instances. So if you look at live data, it is a lifecycle-aware observable. It has very simple start and stop semantics. Doesn't matter how many observers you have or what state they are. We merge all of it into one lifecycle. And it doesn't have any activities or fragments inside it, but it works with both of them. And it's also very easy to test live data because it's kind of Android-free. And if you know about this like infamous fragment transaction exception, we guarantee that your observer will never, ever be called in a state where you cannot run a fragment transaction. So this is very, very specifically designed to work well with your activities and fragments. OK, let's think about configuration changes. Now, that example was easy because location is global, but most of the time, the data belongs to a UI. So if we had an activity where we show a user profile, and we implemented a web service that can return the data as a live data, which we can safely observe without risking leaking our activity, this all looks nice. You will never leak this activity. It will work very well, except what happens if the user rotates the device. Let's look at the lifecycle graph again. So activity is created. It says, OK, fetch the user. And then while you are fetching the user decides, oh, I want to rotate the phone. And then that activity is destroyed. Luckily, we don't leak it, which is great. But then the new activity starts, which makes this new call. Now, this is OK, but not great. What do we want? We want to actually retain that data, right? We're already making that request. Why remake it? So we want our graph to look like this. So if the new activity comes, we should be able to give it back the same vModel, which is a new class called vModel. So we are introducing this new class very specific to this thing, where you should put the data inside your activities into the vModel and make the activities data-free. So if we want to change this activity, we create this new class. It extends the vModel class. Whatever data we had inside the activity, we move it there. And in the vModel, all we do is, inside the getUser method, if this is the first call, get it from the web service. Otherwise, return the existing value. Now, it's super simple. And inside our activity, we get rid of all that code. We say, get the vModel providers of this. So each activity or a fragment has a vModel provider that you can obtain. And that vModel provider knows how to give you the vModel. So when you call get my vModel, the very first time you make this call, we will give you a new instance. When the rotated activity comes back, it's going to reconnect to the same vModel. And then the rest of the code is the same. So if you look at the lifecycle, this is how it looks. This is what we wanted. The new activity is started, It reconnects. And when the new activity is finished, like when we don't have anything to do with that activity, and then we go and tell vModel that it's not needed anymore. This is actually the only method in the vModel class. So it's very simple. So if you look at life cycles, they hold the data for the activity. They survive configuration changes. They should never, ever reference views because they outlive the activity. So you cannot reference back to the activity. That's why you use things like live data or RxJava or data binding observables to do that communication. And this is what our activity talks to. It always talks to a vModel. Now, another big topic is persistence. Now, we know that to write a good responsive Android app, you need to save the data on disk. If you come to Android, there's these 3 major APIs we have. One of them is content providers, which is to talk between processes. It really has nothing to do with persistence in reality. The other one is shared preferences, which saves the data in XML. So you can only put very little data into that. And the last one is SQLite, which is something we have been shipping since Android 1. So you need to use SQLite if you want to save big data. And so you go into the developer Android com. This is the very first saving your data slide. This is so confusing. This is very sad. So we said, OK, we want to make this less sad. We want to make it happy. So we look at the example, right? So there's on top, it tries to say, I want to select these 3 columns with this constraint, and I want to order them like this. It's actually a very, very simple SQL query, but you need to write all this code. Plus, this code doesn't even show where you define all those constants. So what do we really want? We want to get rid of that boilerplate free code. When you are writing Java, if you make a typo in Java, it doesn't compile, right? We want the same thing for SQL. We still want to use SQLite because on every single Android device, it's a proven technology. We know it works very well. But we want the compile time verification. So we don't want the boilerplate code. We want the compile time verification. So we said, well, we came up with Room, which is an object mapping library for SQLite. So if you look at this query, we said, OK, let's move this query inside the annotation. We like annotations. And we have this feed object, which we want to save in the database. I want to put that query inside an interface. Like you want to create the feed DAO. The DAO stands for Data Access Object. Usually in database, the best practice to put your database access into certain interfaces. Then we just need to tell Room, this is a DAO. Tell Room, this is an entity. And finally, we had a database class which says, I have these entities, so you have multiple entities, and I have these data access objects, as I saw them. This is all you write. Once you write that, you can get an implementation of it from Room. It's very similar to how you use Retrofit or Dagger. You define the interfaces, we provide the implementation. Now, once we know this is a DAO, well, we can do these shortcut methods like insert these items or delete these items or update, like a bunch of shortcut methods, and you can pass multiple parameters. As long as you can read it and it makes sense, Room will understand it. But the most important part of Room is it understands your SQL. So the part like all those constants I mentioned we defined to get compile time guarantees, Room actually gives all of this for free. So when Room sees this query, it says, OK, you are receiving these 3 columns from this table where the title looks like this keyword. Where is this keyword coming from? Oh, it's coming from the function parameters. Makes sense. And what does it want to return? It wants to return a list of feeds. And then Room goes and checks. Does the columns returned match the object the user wants to return? And once they're equal, it says, OK, I can generate this code. You can even say select star. Like you don't need to list them. Room really, really understands your query. You can even like join 10 tables. It will still work. But what if you made a typo? Instead of saying feed table, you wrote feeds. Now, if this happens, Room is going to give you an error at compile time. So it goes ahead and verifies your query against the schema you have defined, and it tells you if something is wrong. That's not the only thing it does. So if if your query is correct, you want to fetch ID and title. This is a valid query. But you want to return it as a string. And then Room says, well, you are returning 2 columns, but you only have 1 string. That doesn't make sense, and it's going to give you a compile time error again. And it's a very nice way to fix this in Room. You can basically create any Java class. It doesn't need to be annotating. There's nothing special about that POJO, and tell Room to return it. As long as whatever query returns matches what you wanted to return, Room will write the code for you. And observability, which is very important, right? If you have a query like this, now you're showing list of feeds, you obviously want to get notified when that data changes. And in Room, if you want to do this, all you have to do is tell it. Tell it to return a live data, and it will do it for you. Because it knows your query, it knows what things affect it, so it can let you know if that query changes. And this is the part where all these architecture components work well together. Room already knows about live data. So in your V model, all you would write is, from the database, call this query, and this all you will do. Whenever that data changes, your UI will get a new update. And it only happens if the UI is visible. Last but not least, Room also supports RxJava 2. OK, if you look at Room in a nutshell, it writes the boilerplate code for you. It has full SQLite support. You can just write any SQLite. There's no builders. It verifies your queries at compile time. It incentivizes best practices, which helps you with testing, migrations, and it's also observable out of the box. OK, architecture, our last topic today. So where we started, right? And now you might be asking yourselves, what has changed in 2017 that you're talking about architecture? Well, actually, nothing has changed. We've been talking about this topic a lot. Adam Powell and I gave a lot of talks on this topic. There's even a talk from 2010, which I watch as a developer. So this is a topic we have been vocal about, but what is missing was a well-defined reference architecture. So it's what we are shipping today. If you go to developerandroid.com today after the session, there's a section about how to architect an Android application. So by the way, this is a reference guide. This is not your religious book. We believe this is a very good way to write applications, but you don't need to follow it line by line. So I'm going to briefly go through this architecture, but if you get lost, don't worry. We have all of this documented on developer.com with sample applications. So we think that an application is composed of 4 main things. There's UI controllers, the V models, a repository, and the data sources. So let's look at these in detail. UI controllers are your activities, fragments, custom views. They have very simple tasks. They observe the fields of the V model and update themselves. And they have one more responsibility. Whenever a user takes an action on the UI, they understand that action and call the V model to express whatever the user wanted to do. If you go to our V model is the one which prepares the data for the UI and holds on to it. This is where the data for the UI lives. V model knows how to get that data. Usually, it has like live data. If you're using RxJava, it has observable or data binding observables. It survives configuration changes. That's why where we put the data into the V models. And it's also the gateway. You can also consider it as your UI controller only ever talks to the V model to reach to the rest of the application. And then what's the repository? Now, the V model serves as a data store for your UI controller, right? Repository saves as a data store for all of your application. So it's the complete data model for the app, and it provides this data with simple APIs to the rest of the application. Like, you can have a user repository where you pass a user ID, and it returns you a live data of users. How it gets the data? You don't care. It's the repository's job. So how does it do that? It talks to the fetching, syncing, looking at database, or talking to your retrofit backend is the repository's job. And last but not least, we have our data sources, like your REST API client. You might be using retrofit, or you have SQLite storage. You might be using Room, or you might be using RAM, doesn't really matter. Or you might be talking to other content providers from other processes. These are things we call data sources. And we think that all of these layers can discover each other through a dependency injection system, which we recommend using Dagger. But we also realize that understanding dependency injection is not very trivial, like it's a more complex topic, and sometimes it might be an overkill. And you can also use a service locator if you feel more comfortable with it. So let's go through a concrete example. Let's say we have a UI that shows a user profile, and we have the data sources which, like, we save it to database, we also can get it from the network. How do we connect these two things? Well, we said we first need a user repository. User repository knows it should check the database. It's not there, make a web request, or meanwhile also turn the one in the database. It doesn't matter how it does it, but it knows how to create a live data of a user, or unobservable, doesn't matter. And then we need the vModel, right? Because the data for the UI lives in the vModel. So we create this profile vModel, which talks to the repository to get this information, and then the actual fragment gets the data from the vModel, so that if the fragment comes back, the live data will be there in the profile vModel, but if the fragment disappears completely, we will get rid of the vModel, and the data can be garbage collected. Now, all this abstraction we made, if you notice, every single component only talks to the one right below it, which helps you scale your application. It also has a great side benefit, which is called testing. You're testing, right? Yeah. So let's say you want to test your UI. Now people say UI testing is hard. UI testing is yes, it's harder, but it's usually hard because you put all of your code into that activity. Now we said put most of it into the vModel, and you know that the UI only talks to the vModel, so you can get rid of the other two. You only need to create a fake vModel to test your UI. Testing your UI becomes super, super easy with Espresso. And we have a sample app on GitHub that you can check how we test the UI. And the same thing is valid for vModels. If you want to test the vModel, you know it only talks to the repositories. You replace it with a mock repository, and it works. And you can even test your vModels on your host machine, on JVM. And last but not least, you can test the repository the same way. You just mock the data sources. You can easily test your repositories as JUnit tests. Now, I know this has been a lot of information. We have 2 sessions tomorrow and lots of documentation. But now I want to call our product manager, Lucas, to talk about what to do next.
Like Eat said, we just covered a lot of ground, and actually we glossed over a lot of detail while we did that. But luckily, you don't have to remember everything that you just heard. We have a lot of material for you to check out at developer.android.com/arch, and that link should start working in 21 minutes. We wanted to give you guys a chance to kind of blog and tweet about this before anybody else, so that's why we held it back. So yeah, we made having good documentation and samples a priority from the beginning of this project, since providing good guidance is really one of the major goals. So you're going to find in-depth documentation that's written from the perspective of an app developer. You're going to find really meaty sample apps that show how to build a real app. And just as an example of how much work went into this, we have a GitHub browser sample app that probably has better test coverage than many real-world apps, written by that guy. And of course, we have the guide to app architecture, which internally we called the opinionated guide for a while. And we think that label still applies. But even if you're not planning to use our recommended architecture, we think people should check out the guide. It has principles that we think apply to all apps on Android. And you're probably asking yourself, do I not, what's the impact of this going to be on me? Am I going to have to kind of change the way that I'm doing everything? If you're starting a new project, or if you have an existing app but you want to improve the core architecture, then yeah, we recommend taking a look at this stuff. It's still preview. We won't be hitting 1.0 for a few months, but we think it's It's definitely ready for you guys to check out and use in projects. But if you're happy with what you have, you don't need to rewrite your app. So in the spirit of be together, not the same, we're not dictating what everyone has to use. If you're happy with your app architecture, you can keep it. If you're happy with your existing ORM, you don't have to use Room. Architecture components are designed to work well together, but they do work perfectly fine standalone. And mixing and matching applies not only to architecture components, but also third-party libraries. So, waiting for the slide to come up. So you can kind of use what you have and just start to integrate architecture components where they make sense. So for example, if you're happy with RxJava, but you really like the lifecycle-aware component stuff that you just showed, so that you have these kind of like self-sufficient components, you can use live data together with RxJava. So you can get all the power of RxJava operators, and now it's lifecycle safe, so kind of the best of both worlds. And we've got additional integrations to come. We're definitely looking at a lot of stuff internally that would be nice if it were kind of like self-sufficient and lifecycle aware. And if you're a library developer, we really recommend checking out Lifecycles and Lifecycle Observer because we think there's a really bright future and a lot of potential in making libraries and components that are lifecycle aware by default. But before you go do that, we have a lot more for you at I/O this year. We have 2 more talks, one on life cycles that's even more in depth than what we just showed tomorrow morning. We have another one on Room and persistence, and going a little bit beyond Room, starting at 12:30 tomorrow. And we'll have people who are kind of well versed in architecture components in the sandbox for all of I/O. And we also have code labs, which we're pretty happy with. And there's more to come. So we think we've just scratched the surface of ways that we can improve the experience of using Android frameworks, and we're looking to applying this approach in other areas as well. So some things are already in the works, and we're also interested in hearing from you on kind of what else you'd like to see. So come by, talk to us, tell us what you like, what you don't, and stay tuned because we're really excited about the future of Android development. Thank you.
Think away.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you could send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns, not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart. And there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing. It's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud. where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit. And I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Berlin.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Here we go. We're live. We have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications, and we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process.
A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase.
We're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product.
If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love.
Today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library. It has customized theming and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need.
Is my app set up correctly? Which events are being captured by the SDK? Are you receiving my events and parameters? We've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points.
App quality leads to better user retention. Better your app is, and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. And that's where we come in.
So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app.
And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you. And I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful.
All right, let's get back to the code.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event like this completed 5 levels event and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, user counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
At this time, please find your seat. Our session will begin soon.
Are we starting? Oh, yeah, we are. Hi, welcome to our session. I'm Xu.
Hi, I'm Yulong.
We are engineers from the Mobile Vision team. Mobile Vision team is about provide you with the greatest and latest computer vision algorithm that run privately on your device with low latency and no internet access required. Our API also work both for Android and iOS. Now let's take a look at how it works. So what you have seen is an application that demonstrates how to use the Mobile Vision face, barcode, and text API. First, the application scans barcode from a paper ad, bring the user directly to a product page. Then you use the face API to try virtually the sunglasses on his face. Last, he used the text API to scan credit card real quickly to do the payments. So Mobile Vision API is quite popular. We have 125 million 30-day active users. This number is contributed through more than 15,000 applications. In our community, we see a lot of very interesting use cases. For example, on our face API, we see people use the face API for photo correction type of application, like face blur detection, as well as red eye removal. For barcode API, we see applications that use wedding registry, as well as tracking 2D in space to place 3D object in an AR-like application. For text API, we see applications that do quick payment processing, kind of like what we show in the video, as well as help blind user to see its surrounding. After today's talk, you can join our active community as well to build awesome applications. The Mobile Vision API consists of 4 major components: the Common Utility API and 3 Specialized Detection API. The Common Utility API provides infrastructure and building blocks that help you construct a streaming pipeline. The Face API detects faces. It also understands landmarks like face and eyes, nose and eyes, as well as facial classification, like are you smiling or is your eye closed? For the barcode API, it can detect 1D and 2D barcodes for multiple formats in different orientation at the same time. The text API can detect Latin-based languages. For detected text, it also understands its structure, like paragraphs and line. Before we take a deep dive into the code, I would like to talk about some basic concepts and use cases. So the Mobile Vision API works on both static image as well as a pipeline. The easiest use case is to use on static images. First, you want to create a detector. Then you provide it with an image. It will run detection algorithm, and then it will generate detection results. This is what a pipeline looks like. So the camera source that uses the camera API internally, it streams the camera frame to the detector. The detector then runs detection algorithm to generate detection results. After that, it hands over the detection results to a processor. A processor is a first-step post-processing. It's responsible to discard, merge, or deliver the detected item to its associated tracker. A tracker is an event-based object listener. It can notify for a tracked item over time. So the camera source, detector, and processor are provided by the Mobile Vision API. The only portion you need to worry about is the tracker. Tracker is the piece of code you want to write that implement your business logic. Now you understand the basic concepts. Like, let's take a deep dive with the barcode API. So barcode API sounds boring, but it's surprisingly awesome. If you think about it, barcode is everywhere. It tracks everything. So the airplane ticket you purchased is tracked by barcode, as well as the cookie you ate today is tracked by barcodes. So the barcode API for Android is provided by Google Play Services. You want to declare your dependency for the Gradle and also during the runtime for your manifest file. For Mobile Vision API, the first time when it's run on your device, it requires to download some additional vision models, but only for the first time. Once it's finished downloading, from then on, no internet is required. In this slide, we'll talk about how it's used for static image case. So it's 3 steps. First, you want to instantiate a barcode detector using a builder pattern. The builder will allow you to specify what kind of barcode format you are interested in. In this example, we are specifying QR code and UPCA. So you will ignore any other formats. Next, it will provide with the image, and then you will run through the detection algorithm to provide you a detected barcodes. After you have the barcodes, then you can access its property. Every single barcode has some common property, like raw value, what is the encoded barcode value? Corner points, where is this barcode located on an image? As well as barcode format is a UPCA, is a QR code. For 2D barcode, it can actually contain structured data. We parse the data for you. So what you want to do is you want to check the value format. In this particular case, it's phone. There's also other value format like contact, address, and others. Once it's parsed, then you can access it through an object that we provide. So that is how you do static image detection. Now let's expand that to a pipeline. Remember we talked about before, there are 4 steps to the pipeline: the camera source, the detector, the processor, and then the tracker. So the first thing you want to do is instantiate a barcode detector, just like we talked about before. Next, you want to instantiate a camera source, and then you want to provide it to the detector. So when the camera starts, you will automatically deliver the camera frame to the detector to run detection. Next, you want to instantiate a tracker. So remember we say tracker is what you want to put your business logic at. It's an event-based listener, and the list are the few methods you can override. So a new item is called when a detected barcode is seen the first time for the pipeline. If you want to add an overlay graphic, like the video we show, into your application, this is where you want to add your graphic. OnUpdate is called usually on every single frame when you get an update location for the detected barcode. So in your example for the overlay, this is where you want to update your location. Missing is called when a tracked barcode is missing for the couple frame. This can be due to occlusion or the frame quality is blurred. After several frames, like the barcode just nowhere to be seen, undone is called. Undone is called when the pipeline is releasing all the tracking resources related to this barcode. This is where you want to also clean about your overlay graphics. Next, we want to instantiate a processor. This is where we hook up the detection results to a tracker. The Mobile Vision API provides two flavors of the processor, the focusing processor and the multiprocessor. We'll talk about multiprocessor later in the presentation. In this use case, we're talking about a focusing processor. Focusing processor allow you to select one barcode and then focus on that barcode, continue to deliver the notification until that barcode is no longer seen by the pipeline. So this is what the code looks like. You want to override the select focus method. Again, select focus method is only called when there's no item to be focused on. So you get a batch of barcode detection comes in, you select which barcode you want to focus on. That barcode will be continue send notification to the tracker until it's undone is called on that barcode. After that, the select focus will get called again, and then you get to select what's the next barcode you want to continue tracking. So that's it. That's how you construct a pipeline. It's very easy, 4-step. You instantiate detector, you instantiate tracker, a processor, and then you hook it all together using the camera source. So the barcode API also works on iOS. The barcode API for Android and iOS share the same common algorithm. So when you use them, you get consistent results for both of your platforms. Our iOS API is provided through CocoaPods. If you only want to use the detector, you can specify the barcode detector pods. If you also want to use the pipeline, then you can also add the MV data output pod. Again, in this slide, we're going to take a look how to use the iOS barcode detector in a static image detection. First, you initiate the barcode detector in a factory pattern. Just like it before, you can specify what kind of barcode format you are interested in. Next, you provide it with an image, and then you will detect barcodes back. Once you get a barcode, you can access its property. All the properties we talked about before are all available here. The raw value, corner points, value format. So this is what the iOS pipeline looks like. It should be seeming familiar. It has 4 steps, just like before. However, to respect iOS convention, we made some changes. Instead of the camera source, we're using the AV capture session to interact with the camera. Instead of the processor, we're using data output, which is a delegate on the AV capture session to hook up the detection result to the tracker. The rest should be fairly familiar. So you want to instantiate a detector. You want to instantiate a tracker where you put your business logic. You're using a data output to hook up your detection result to your tracker. And then you use the AV capture session to stream the camera into the detection. Next, Yulong will talk about Face API.
Thanks. Hello. Now it's turn of the Face API. So Face API makes detect face in static image or video or camera stream really easy. Using Face API, you can build all kinds of fun apps with detecting face in it. In the previous demo, we showed that you can use Face API to build a sunglass try-on app. So users take a picture of themselves or point the camera to themselves. They can see how they will look like if they are wearing a sunglasses. You can, of course, do more using Face API. For example, you can build an avatar app using Face API. User input his photo, and you can use Face API to generate an avatar for the user. One thing to note about Face API is that this is a face detection API. It's not face recognition. So it could detect all faces inside the image or video, but it has no idea about who these faces are. Face API works very well on human faces, no matter the face is with extreme expression or the face is obstructed. Face API could accurately locate the face in the image. And when detecting the face, Face API also reports a list of positions on the face, which we call facial landmarks, including eyes, nose, and mouth, and so on. These facial landmarks helps you better understand the position of the face and the angle of the face. Face API doesn't require you to face the camera directly to make it work. We support multiple angles, and Face API will report you which angle the face is on. Face API also supports some facial activity classification. It could detect if the person's eye is open or not, as you can see from that video. It also could detect if the person is smiling or not. In order to use Face API, the same Gradle dependency as barcode is used. And in the runtime dependency in your Android manifest.xml, you want to specify that you are using Face API so that our API could download the necessary file for you. Once you have the dependency set up, the usage is very easy. The first step is to instantiate a face detector using the builder pattern. You can tell the builder a list of parameters like, for example, you can see I only want to detect face that is larger than 10% of the image size. Or you can tell Face API that I am only interested into the largest face of the image. And if you wanted to do the classification, mean is the eye open or not, is the person smiling, you need to enable the classification when building the builder. The same for landmark. If you wanted to detect landmarks, you need to enable it when you're building the builder. And you can tell face detector to run at an accurate mode or fast mode. This is the trade-off between the performance, the accuracy and the speed. Once you have the instance of the Face API, you can apply it on a static image, and you can get all these informations of the face, including the position of the face. And if you enable the classification, you can get the probability of is the eye open or not, is the person smiling. Of course, if you enable landmark detection, you can get a list of landmarks of the face. The same as barcode API, Face API also supports video analysis. So quick refresh of the pipeline. So we have 4 components. We have a camera source, which is responsible for getting frames from camera. And the camera source passes these frames to face detector, which faces will be detected. And the focusing processor is responsible for select the right face and route that face to a tracker. Tracker is where you want to put your business logic in. We will show in the next slide about how to implement a tracker class. So configure the whole pipeline together is very straightforward. You instantiate a tracker, you instantiate a detector, the same as we did for the static image, and you tell the detector that you are using, in this example, you tell the detector that you are using largest face focusing processor, which only routes the largest face to the tracker and omits the rest of the face. Then you build the camera source class, and you start the camera source class, the whole pipeline will start to work. This is what a tracker class, implementation of tracker class looks like. Most importantly, 2 methods are needed. The first method is onNewItem, which is called every time a new face is detected by the face detector. This is, say, if you wanted to build the same app as we did in the video, that scan the face and put a sunglass on the face, this is where you wanted to create the sunglass overlay on the face. The next method is the onUpdate method. This method is called every time the existing face has some updates. It could be the position of the face changed, or it could be the person smiled, which he or she wasn't. This is where you wanted to update your the sunglass overlay to a proper location. In the previous talk, we only discussed to track one single object, no matter it's a barcode or it's a face. But our API, of course, supports multiple object tracking. The pipeline looks very similar, the same for components. The only difference is highlighted there, is that instead of using a focusing processor, you wanted to use a multiprocessor here. Unlike focusing processor, which only rolls one element to the tracker, multiprocessor will create tracker instance for all the elements that is detected by the face detector. The code looks very similar. The only difference is highlighted. You wanted to create a multiprocessor.factory class, which will create tracker instance for all the faces that are detected by the face detector, and the rest of the pipeline are the same as single face tracking. For Face API, we also have iOS support. It's available through CocoaPods. If you only need to run Face API on static image, face detector is the right CocoaPod you want to use. If you also want video support, you need to include the MV data output CocoaPod. To use the API on iOS is very similar as on Android. The first step is to instantiate a face detector with all the desired configurations. Then you run the detector on a static image, and you can get the property of the face in a very simple way. Again, for iOS API, we support the same video analysis, the same as Android API. The pipeline is the same, except the name of the class changed. Like, for example, it's a camera source that is responsible for providing frames on Android, but on iOS, it's AV capture session. The face detector is responsible for detecting faces, while the focusing data output is basically a focusing processor. And tracker is the same, where you want to put your business logic in. In order to configure the pipeline, the first step is to instantiate a face detector and a tracker, and you instantiate a largest face focusing data output, which is basically the same as the largest face focusing processor on Android. Then you use the AV capture session to get frames from a camera, and the whole pipeline will start work. The implementation of tracker is very similar, except the language is different, of course. Two methods. The first method is called when a new face is detected. The second method is called when an existing face has some updates. We, again, have the same multi-face tracking on iOS, the same as Android. The only difference is that you use a multi-data output instead of focusing data output, so that it will be responsible for creating tracker class for all the faces that is detected. And the code change is very straightforward. It's only one class change. So I'll skip this slide. The next API I'm going to talk about is text API. I personally feel text API is very interesting. You can build a lot of useful apps using text API. For example, if you are building a payment app, you can do what we did in the video demo. So the user can point the camera to their credit card, and you can use text API to extract the necessary information for the user, like the credit card number, the cardholder name, or the expiration date. So the user don't have to type all this information using their tiny keyboard. Or you can build a business card scan app. Take a picture of the business card and extract the email address, the phone number, the name of the person, and save this information to content. This is a short video demo of a text API. As you can see, we support multi-color schemes. It's very robust. And we support multiple languages. Currently, we support all Latin character languages, which are more than 20. And when detecting and recognizing text, text API doesn't only return you the content of the text. It also keeps the structure of the original text. That means in the return value of the text API, there are 3 levels of the return object. The top level is the text block, which is essentially a paragraph in the original image. And in each text block, there are multiple lines. Each line corresponds to one single line in the original image. And in each line, we report to the multiple words inside the line. The same grid of dependency, if you wanted to use text API on Android, And the runtime dependency, you want to specify that you are using text API, so we can download the necessary file. Although the development of text API is kind of difficult, but the usage is actually very easy. The first step is to instantiate a builder and build the text recognizer. Then you can run it on a static image, and you can get a list of useful information of the text. For example, you can get the language of the text. As we mentioned before that text API supports more than 20 languages. We don't require you to tell text API that which language you are detecting. Text API could automatically detect the language and tell you which language the text is. And you can get the position of the text. Of course, most importantly, the value of the text. You can call the getComponents method on a text block, which is a paragraph, to get the lines in the paragraph. And you can call the same method on a line to get all the words inside the line. Same as our other two API, text API also support video analysis. The pipeline is the same, so I'll just skip this slide to save your time. A quick summary here. We have currently have 3 API. We have a face API, which detects faces, as well as the associated facial landmarks and facial activities. We have barcode API, which decodes both 1D and 2D barcodes. We have text API that recognizes text from an image or video. We support Latin character-based languages, and we keep the structure of the text for you. All these 3 API follow very similar pattern. So if you know how to use one of the API, it's very easy to use the rest of the API. And all the computation of this API happens on your device, so you don't need to worry about the network bandwidth. Now that you know how to use the API, here are some tips about how to make best use of the API. The first tip we have is always run the detector in background threads. This is because the latency of these 3 APIs are higher than 16 milliseconds. So if you put it in a UI thread, your UI will be laggy, and you will have a very bad user experience. Second one is that, if possible, do image pre-processing. For example, if you are running face API on a video and you know that part of the video is blurred, it could be a motion blur, or the light is really dark, so it's difficult to recognize a face, you might want to skip these frames, because by doing that, you can save a lot of battery. And in order to make best use of the mobile vision API, you can also use it together with Cloud Vision API. For those who don't know much about Cloud Vision API, that is another vision-related API developed by Google, runs on Google Cloud, and provides more information for detected items. For example, Cloud Vision Face API provides emotion detection, while Mobile Vision API doesn't. It could tell you if the person is joy or not. But Cloud Vision API has higher latency because it requires you to do a network round trip to cloud. So say if you want to detect the emotion of a person inside the video, you can combine Mobile Vision API and Cloud Vision API together, use Mobile Vision API as a coarse detector or preprocessor, runs on every single frames you have to detect if there is a face inside the frame or not, or to detect if the face is large enough for Cloud Vision API to do emotion detection or not. Only if you find a large enough face inside the frame, you pass that frame to Cloud Vision API to do the emotion detection. By doing this, you can reduce the latency of your app, and you can get the same result as using Cloud Vision API solely. I'm going to play a video that might give you a better idea about what can we do by combining this local detection and cloud detection together. Thanks. Inside this demo, the on-device detection is responsible for detect if the object of interest is inside the frame or not. If the object of interest is inside the frame, we pass that frame to cloud to do a more detailed detection. That's about Mobile Vision API. And here are some useful links for people who might want to know more about the Mobile Vision API. The first link is our official website, where we put our documentation on. And the 3 code labs we developed for the Android API. These code labs have a step-by-step instruction from how to create a Android project, to how to use the API, to how to build the app. So if you are new to Android development and you wanted to try our API, these three links are definitely very helpful. And we maintain 2 GitHub repositories, one for Android and one for iOS. We put some sample code there. So if you want to know how we use the API, you can check these 2 GitHub repositories. And if you find any bug inside the API, feel free to open an issue in the GitHub repository. In case you have some general questions like how to use the API or why I got this exception, what does it mean? Feel free to ask a question under the Android Vision or Google iOS Vision tag on Stack Overflow. We have developers monitor these tags periodically and answer questions. So Mobile Vision API has powered more than 15,000 apps, and with the cool feature of detecting face, recognize barcode, and text. Now it's waiting for you to think of how to use this feature inside your app. On behalf of Mobile Vision team, Xu and I and Xu's dog would like to thank you all for coming to this presentation. And thank you. Yeah, we still have 6 minutes to take some questions. So if you have any questions, use the 3 microphones.
The microphone, please.
Yeah.
Hi there, iOS developer. Interested in getting started with the Firebase platform in your app? Well, you've come to the right place. There are 2 main parts to getting the Firebase platform up and running: adding your app to the Firebase console and installing the SDK. Let's go over these one at a time. For starters, let's go to the Firebase console at this URL here. Depending on when you're watching this video, the UI might look slightly different, but the general concepts should remain the same. Now, depending on your situation, you might see a blank Create a New Project screen, or you might see a list of existing projects. Oh, before we go further, let me take a moment to explain the difference between projects and apps. A project consists of 1 or more apps. Now, all the apps in the same project use the same Firebase database backend. And if you want, you can use features like Firebase Cloud Messaging to talk to all of them at once. You don't have to, but you can, which is sometimes convenient. So if you're a developer that has a cross-platform app, you generally want to put the iOS and Android versions of your app in the same project. Now that'll give you some nice cross-platform benefits. Your user can access the same data if they switch back and forth between the iOS and Android versions of your app. Things like dynamic links will work across both platforms. You can send one notification to all versions of your app and so on. On the other hand, completely different apps, you should put those in completely different projects. There's nothing gained by cramming them into the same project except tears and heartache, I guess. So if you're working on a cross-platform app and your Android or web team has already created a Firebase project, you should probably select that project and connect your iOS app in there. Otherwise, if you're the first one to be adding Firebase capabilities to your app, you can be the one to create the new project. In my case, I'm the first app associated with the project, so I'm going to create a new project here. I'll give it a name, and there we go. Once you've selected or created a project, you're going to want to connect your client app. I'm going to select the iOS button here, and I'll give it my app's bundle ID. You are eventually going to need to add your App Store ID here if you want features like Firebase invites or dynamic links to work, but you can leave this blank for now and change it later. Now, when you click Continue, your browser should automatically download this Google Services info.plist file for you. Note that it needs to be named this exactly, so if you get that little one in parentheses after the name like I just did, you're going to need to do a little bit of renaming in Finder. Okay, next up, drag the file into your Xcode project, like so. And let me go back to the console and hit Continue here, and it's telling us that this would be a good time to install the Firebase CocoaPods. Now, I'm assuming you know something about Firebase CocoaPods, but if you don't, here's a little video for you to check out. It's fun. So I'm going to jump into my project directory here and do a little pod init. We'll open up the file, and I'm going to uncomment this line because I am using Swift, and this line because my app happens to have a base SDK of 8.0, although at the time of this recording, Firebase is supported as far back as 7.0. Next up, let's add some pods. Now, it's important to remember that, to keep your app nice and svelte, you should only install the CocoaPods for features that you need. In fact, there is no all-encompassing Uber Firebase CocoaPod that installs everything for you. You're going to need to pod install each individual feature, and you can find a full list of the CocoaPods and the features they correspond to over here. Now, for starters, I'm just going to add Firebase/core, which includes everything needed to get the basics up and running and also enables Firebase Analytics. So now I'll make sure my project is closed, and I'll run pod install. And then let's open up the generated workspace. All right, we'll build it and make sure everything compiles okay, and it does, so we can move on to the next step. Okay, looks like the last step here is to add some initialization code. I recommend putting this in your app delegate didFinishLaunching method. First things first, let's import Firebase in my app delegate. Note that this is usually the only thing I'll ever need to import no matter what we've installed. We're doing some pretty nifty work behind the scenes to make sure this works properly. I know this sounds like the exact opposite of my only pod install what you need advice from like 2 minutes ago, but trust me here, this makes development a whole lot easier. All right, so next up, we'll add the line for app.configure to make sure Firebase gets set up properly. And that's actually all you need to do. This configure method will take a look at what libraries you have installed, initialize them, grabbing all the appropriate constants from that Google Services file that you dragged in earlier into your Xcode project. So we'll give it a quick run, and if everything is set up and working correctly, you should see a few lines in your console about how Firebase Analytics is up and running. All right, so congratulations. You are now up and running with Firebase. So there are a lot of places you can go from here. You can add sign-in using Firebase auth, or get your app talking to the real-time database, or start tracking more of your users' usage with Firebase Analytics. You can check out these links to get started and have a little fun.
What's up, everybody? David here, and today I have a quick and easy Firecast for you. We're going to get up and running with Firebase and the web. And this is actually going to be the first of many screencasts in a series, so make sure you subscribe to get notified of tutorials on authentication, storage, hosting, and web push notifications with Firebase Cloud Messaging. Also, if you're a fan of JavaScript frameworks, I'm going to be dropping videos for Angular 1 and 2, Polymer, React, and Ember. So you better subscribe because you don't want to miss those. But today we're going to start with the very basics. I'm going to show you some mad copy and pasting skills by getting the project initialization code from the Firebase console. And then we're going to set up a small web app. So let's go and dive in. So I'm in the Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com. You can see I'm logged in as myself up here, just smiling at you. But to get started, I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to click Create New Project. I'm going to call it Web Quickstart. and then we'll create it. My project is now created, so I'm going to click Add Firebase to your web app. And this brings up a little modal with all the initialization code I need to get started. It has things like my API key, auth domain, database URL, and storage bucket. So then I can go to the bottom right, and then I can click Copy. And that's all the code I need to get started. But just as a little FYI, you can access all of this information by clicking Auth, and then going up to the top right where there's Web Setup. But now, to the editor. So here in my editor, I'm going to get crazy. I'm going to create this web page from scratch. So I'll start with my basic HTML boilerplate, give it a title, and now I can just paste in all the code from the console. And this is all you need to get started. And just to prove that it works, I'm going to use the database as a little tiny demo. So I'm going to create an H1 and give it an ID. And every single time the value changes in the real-time database, I'm going to sync it to this H1. So the first thing I need to do is get that H1 by its ID. And then now I'm going to create a database reference using firebase.database.ref, and then create a child location to the text location. And now I can synchronize any changes using the on function. And then using ES2015 arrow functions, I can just do it all in one line. So to the left right here, I have my project in the Firebase console, and to the right is just my blank page. To use the database, I'm going to remove all security. So I'm going to click Rules, and then I'm going to say Read is true and Write is true, and click Publish. And you should totally know that you only do this while you're developing, because that means anyone can read or write to your database. So now I'm going to give my browser a refresh, and then I'm going to add a text location, and it synchronizes to the browser. And so I can change it, and then it changes as well. So keep in mind that the real-time database is just one of the many features Firebase offers for the web. You can also use authentication, storage, hosting, and even Firebase cloud messaging. So that's all it takes to get started with Firebase in the web. And if you want to go and learn more, then check out the link in the description for our official documentation. And if you're super excited to learn more about Firebase on the web, then please subscribe to our channel because we're going to have tons of more content. So that's all for this time, and I will see you all later.
We started Is on a living room couch, and we really started because of the problem that we had, which was asking the same question to our closest friends: where are you? What are you doing? We were baffled by the fact that there wasn't a solution that solved this problem, and we felt like we could build one that was better.
The value that Is drives for all users is knowing which of your friends are nearby. So if you look around where we are right now, an arena, how many times have people gone to a basketball game, hockey game, or a concert and found out the next day that they had friends who were at the same event? And think about all those moments that are missed because they didn't know they had friends there. So what we're solving is letting people know who's nearby and making those moments matter.
My name is Diesel Peltz, and I'm the founder and CEO of Is.
I'm Mark French, co-founder of Is.
We felt there was no reason users should manually go fetch data. When I get a text message, there's no reason for me to tap refresh. And we felt, why should it be different from anything else? And Firebase let us solve that. Firebase really allowed us to enhance the user experience by making it real time, simplify the UI by not having a refresh button, and cut down on development time.
Like any startup, the most valuable asset that you have is your team and your time. And what Firebase has allowed us to do is save 50% in terms of time by moving that much quicker with a product. It's a game changer.
We're using 8 features from Firebase right now. They're analytics, remote config, dynamic links, the real-time database, and more. Traditionally, that would have been in 8 different places. And now we go to one place, which is the Firebase console.
We're eager to launch this product in a big way. We're seeing how people are using the product and how they're inviting more and more friends that we're concerned. We're growing very, very quickly. So we sleep a lot easier at night knowing that we got Firebase that's really there to build that infrastructure.
If you're a developer, use it. We love it, and it's enabled us to focus on developing the user experience and not have to worry about the things in the background that should be there.
Yeah, with NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better. It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saifulahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
Just some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user's able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
Raise Labs is a company that is focused on building excellence in software, technology, and design. We do that through our work on mobile applications and websites and technologies in general. My name is Gregory Raise. I'm the CEO and founder of Raise Labs. We really want to understand the human problem, and oftentimes the hard problems in software aren't just the technology problems, the API, the how do you connect these things, but really getting at the heart of what people are trying to accomplish and do in their day-to-day.
My name is Ben Johnson. I'm the managing director at Raise Labs in Boston. We decided to put our hat in the ring for the Google Certified Agency Program. The first leg is just having access to a lot of what Google is doing today. So there's access to design reviews, invitations to events, and that's sort of the base level. And I think that's hugely rewarding even in and of itself. Having Google review your app from a design perspective is amazingly helpful. So that's sort of the first tier. The second tier comes with certified status. There's a long application process for that. And once you have it, it's something that you can really say to your clients that gives them comfort that we're a reputable firm, that we're building great software in a way that Google believes in.
The certification is a higher bar for us to really differentiate ourselves from many of the other companies out there. It required us to really dig into what that means to be truly world-class, and we wanted to set that bar for ourselves as well.
My name is John Green. I'm a VP Creative at Raise Labs. The Google Developer Agency Program allowed us to have access to engineers for the map team, the design team, to figure out, how can we actually do some of these things? And we could reach out to them when we needed. And also it allowed us to set up and say, we can make this a success. They might look closer at this app because we're part of this program, which has actually been super helpful.
Some of the challenges in building the Six Flags app, and we touched on some of these, are certainly mapping technology and payment technology, material design, or the APIs. Having access to the Google team to really ascertain how we're approaching certain software and ensuring that we're building technologies the right way makes for a smooth development process.
We set off to build the Six Flags app with a pretty lofty ambition, and it was to bring in-park navigation and commerce to the app. The comfort of knowing that Google is there to help us understand where they are heading as an organization and that we are along for that ride is a really helpful thing to know. And as a business, we know that going forward, we're going to be at the cutting edge of whatever Google is doing through access to programs, through the collaboration with their teams. It's really helpful for us to know that 6 months, 9 months down the road, we'll still be a part of that process, and we'll still be working with them to figure out what's next.
So here we are in the sandbox. I'm so glad that you'll be here with us for the next 3 days as we explore everything on the ground at Google I/O. First off is the mocktail mixer. It's not getting started early because there's no alcohol. Chris, would you tell me about this?
Excellent, thanks Timothy. So this was a do-it-yourself mixer that has the Google Assistant built in. It was part of a collaboration between the Assistant team and Deep Local, these guys behind you. It's a creative agency out of Pittsburgh. And what they've done is they've used the Google Assistant SDK, which we launched 3 weeks ago, and Actions on Google to customize the drink ingredients, and the code, as well as services like API.ai to create a conversational interface so you can have a natural interaction with the mixer. So we're super cool. It's a super cool demo. It shows you how to go from zero to prototyping in a matter of hours.
Now I want to talk a little bit more about this demo and the SDK and like all the things that we can do with it. But first, let's make a drink.
Want to make a drink? Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's talk to Mocktail's mixer.
Sure, here is the test version of Mocktail's mixer.
Hi, I'm your Mocktail's mixer.
What's on the menu?
On tap today, I have a pairing mode in Mang IO. What can I get you?
Let's get a pairing mode.
Coming right up. Initiating ones and zeros. Beep boop. Bob.
Is that the robot sounds it's making?
Yeah, so it's actually like, it's going from my voice going through this mic, through the Assistant SDK running on a Raspberry Pi device, which I think Oscar will talk a little bit more about, going back to the Assistant services server running in the cloud, and figuring out what I'm saying, doing natural language understanding and speech recognition, and then basically coming back and controlling the devices. And now you see, we've started making the pairing mode drinks for everybody around here.
That's awesome. There's a bunch of drinks. So we have some other friends joining us. Let's start with Oscar. Oscar, you're one of the guys that actually built this.
Yeah, so I work for Deep Local. We worked, like Chris said, with the SDK team on the project. And basically the way this works is there's a Raspberry Pi inside the device that runs the SDK. And when you speak with it, it runs up to API.ai where you can program your conversational interface. From there, there's a webhook that's called that when you call a drink, it pushes a message over Google PubSub down to the devices and actually sends a serial command to the Arduinos inside. That is actually what controls the motors and dispenses the liquid.
That was like a design doc in 5 sentences.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Exactly. And everything's open source and online, so you can find it on GitHub if you search for Mocktails Mixers, or if you go to deeplocal.com/mocktailsmixers, there's a write-up and a video and DIY instructions so the home builder can make it themselves.
That's Wayne. Wayne, you're the home builder. So, Wayne, you are one of the developer advocates working on Assistant and the SDK and all these APIs. Is this what you do all the time?
Well, I made a dog feeder one time, but this is new. I got to get into this now. I can imagine something where you could like mix up custom food or something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
You made a dog feeder. They made a human feeder.
Yeah. We're gonna merge them together now, all right? That's the cool thing is because this SDK is available to the public. You know, anyone can build devices like this now. It's what I'm quite excited about it too. I said I need to go home and work out my next plan for some kind of dog feeder.
Well, that's the really cool thing about this recent release. Like the SDK just came out a few weeks ago, right? 3 weeks ago, and it's really giving the ability for people to bring the Assistant into their own hardware.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can take any crazy idea that you've got, and you can embed the Assistant SDK into it. Runs on most Linux operating systems and so forth, and it's just really easy to get started. And we've got a whole bunch of samples. People can try it out. All the demos here, we have other demos as well. They're all open source, so people can try them out.
And again, just like sort of taking a look at the value of that, it's really, this is something that people have been doing before, but they had to build the whole stack themselves, right? Which includes a lot of technologies that they don't want to really be experts in, but Google can be that expert for them, and you can just use the APIs instead.
Well, you can focus on what you're good at, which is making these kinds of devices, and leave all the speech recognition and the natural language understanding to us, and we take care of it for you.
Awesome. Are the drinks ready? Oh, I see they're getting poured out.
Oh, they're still pouring. Nice.
Okay, well, we're waiting for the drinks. Vera, tell me about some of the ways that people are using the Assistant today.
Awesome. So today at I/O we announced that the Assistant is fundamentally conversational. So everything that we're seeing here that Wayne mentioned, that it's natural language processing, you're able to actually, as a user, talk to the Assistant, and the Assistant can do things for you. And so the Assistant is live across devices like this through our Open SDK, but it's also live across Android, and we announced an iOS app, so you can get it on your iPhone, and it's also live on wearables and soon TVs, cars, etc. And the Assistant can so as a part of our developer platform, Actions on Google, the Assistant can order cabs for you or make table reservations or even set up your smart home so it can clean your apartment. And so we're really excited about what developers will build on top of the platform to help users.
That's awesome. I think the drinks are ready.
Try a drink here?
I sure do.
Yeah.
Cheers,
This is the, which drink is this?
The pairing mode.
First
Pairing mode.
Cheers.
I get it.
Guys.
It's
Come on.
pretty fantastic.
Amazing. It tastes
I'm
better 'cause
impressed.
It was made with technology.
What was that?
It tastes better because it was made with technology.
That's absolutely right.
Putting artificial intelligence into your drinks. Done.
So I'm going to drink a little bit more of this, but maybe while I do that, can you talk about where you see this going? Like, what are you most excited about developers doing with this technology?
Yes, that's a great question. So what we envision is a ubiquitous assistant experience so that when you need help or need something to be done in your life, that you can just ask the question and it'll happen, right? And so for that experience to really surface, you need to have the assistant in multiple places in your life. And we don't expect a Google Home to be in every corner of your house, and we also don't expect Google to build all of the appliances in your house. It just doesn't make any sense. So what we need to do is we need to empower a diverse ecosystem of device manufacturers embedding the assistant in their devices. Then you can have the assistant available to you when you need it, wherever you need it, however you need it. So that's really where we see this going longer term, and the Assistant SDK and Actions on Google and API.ai are just the beginnings of where we're going.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And to y'all out there, cheers.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Birch. I'm a product manager working on Chrome for Android. I've also got Alex today. I got a text from Alex. He said the web is still too slow. Just let me do a couple more traces. He's very serious about web performance. So I guess he'll join later on. If you didn't catch Rahul's talk in the last sessions, you might want to look it up on YouTube later. I thought it was a really crisp overview of why we are so excited about the web. It's the biggest platform in the world, bigger than any other OS or any other form factor. And there hasn't been another platform like it in the history of computing. So what we're going to focus on in this session specifically is the web's role as a platform for apps, for deeply engaging experiences, and specifically progressive web apps. But let me start at the beginning. Why build apps on the web? If you have a significant mobile web presence today, it's likely that it already has a lot of visitors, and you're not alone. Here's a recent breakdown comparing monthly unique visitors to the top 1,000 apps and sites. And what you see is that the web reaches 3 times as many people. And you might have heard in the developer keynote earlier today that that reach is growing faster too. Historically, though, most users have visited the web in passing, particularly on mobile, where it's a lot harder to type a URL than it is to tap on a home screen icon. You might watch a video clip or read an article, but you're not that likely to come back later. Because native apps have had access to features like push notifications and icons on the home screen, users who engage deeply with services on their phone have tended to do so through apps. So looking at the amount of time users spend in those same apps and sites, the average for apps is much higher than it is for the web. So I think the opportunity here is pretty clear. What if you could give users a deeply engaging experience as soon as they landed on your website? Instead of asking them to take the high-friction step of installing a native app, what if they could get a native-like experience from the web? And the good news is, the past few years have seen a dramatic increase in the quality and the capabilities of web apps. The web platform has started to broadly support features like push notifications, placement on the home screen, and technologies like Service Worker that make your site more reliable. So if you're not familiar with the term, web apps taking advantage of some of these technologies are called progressive web apps. They're reliable, they're fast, and they're more engaging. As a result of this change, folks who are investing in the mobile web are seeing great results. A lot of decisions have been made in the past assuming that it's too hard to get users to come back to your website. And now that that's changing, the way that we should invest should change too. Let me dive into a few more examples here. Way back in 2011, the Financial Times abandoned their native apps. They built a web app using the best technology available at the time, and app.ft.com has been going strong ever since. Recently, that experience has gotten even better as browsers caught up to support developers building deeply engaging experiences on the web. And now their site is a fully fledged progressive web app. That means I can save it to my home screen and even read an article while I'm offline. The Financial Times will sync an offline section of the paper so that I can read it even while I'm on the train. This uses the Service Worker. And they've even got an offline-enabled podcasting app, which is available at listen.ft.com. So you can build these pretty sophisticated experiences on the web today. And it's fascinating to see how prescient the Financial Times was back in 2011. Fellow publishing giant Forbes just took a similar step, launching their progressive web app for mobile. And they've even made a slick video to match their new experience.
With the instant access of the web, there's no place that I can't reach. The impact of the web on the newsroom was monumental. It's now more the reader telling the newsroom, this is important to me. You really have to start to build from scratch what is a story on the phone. With a progressive web app, there's a link, tap it, install it with no friction. The PWA is on their phone, done. And once that is installed, we are able to alert you to, hey, we got some information for you. If you're interested in whatever areas that you are, you can install that subject or topic, and we're going to serve you the content that you want. And that's going to change our business in a big way. The technology has enabled us to make our new PWA faster than the current mobile site. We're now able to deliver visuals faster. And if you can start to deliver visuals faster, then you can start to change the formats you do. People are willing to stay longer. If they stay longer, they see more advertising. The PWA is going to result in more personalization. Personalization will yield more engagement. The web has made me realize there's an audience out there, and there's an audience that's knowledgeable, and there's an audience that needs to be understood.
That's pretty compelling stuff. And I want to underline a couple of statistics that they called out in that video. After rolling out the progressive web app, Forbes saw a 43% increase in the number of sessions per user. And those sessions were double the length on average. So it turns out that a better experience for Forbes' users was also a great business move. Sorry for the delay. This isn't just about publishing. Lyft has also launched their new mobile website as a progressive web app with the needs of users and of emerging markets in mind. And you can try it yourself at ride.lyft.com. In emerging markets where you can't take bandwidth or even connectivity for granted, it's harder for your audience to get into an app. And so instead of making a site which is a landing page asking users to take this high-friction step to install, Lyft's PWA is a feature-complete version of Lyft, just without the install step. After all, the goal isn't to get users to install an app. It's to get them using your service. So to recap, users are already visiting mobile websites. Making the experience of your mobile website radically better by building a PWA helps you engage and retain users who were formerly just passing by. The pivotal moment for any app is when it earns a place on the user's home screen. With progressive web apps, that happens when users choose to add a site to their home screen. Improvements to this key step have been a focus for us lately, and they're rolling out now. And there's actually a flag you can enable here if you want to test it with your own site. There are two key changes here for engagement. First, something we've heard consistently from developers and users is that it's confusing that progressive web apps were on the home screen, but not in other parts of the Android system UI, like the app drawer. As part of the improved add to home screen experience, users can find them there now. They'll also show up in system settings, allowing users to manage progressive web apps more like other apps. But I want to emphasize that this is actually pretty general. For example, they'll show up as suggestions and open from the Google Search widget. This deeper integration for progressive web apps means users will be able to find them in a lot of places that were formerly reserved just for apps. Second, something else we have heard is that it's confusing that sometimes progressive web apps would load in a tab in Chrome, and other times as a full-screen activity after the user had added it to their home screen. So I'm happy to say now that we'll be able to handle intent from links opened in other apps or in Chrome. That means that users who have added your PWA to their home screen will get the immersive version of your site whenever they navigate to it. OK, now let's take a closer look at the manifest, which provides the metadata to enable progressive web apps to be added in the first place. This is the same manifest that you would use today to allow users to add shortcuts. So if you support that today and you have a progressive web app, all of this happens and you'll switch over without requiring any extra work. So it starts with a name and a short name. If you've seen a talk about progressive web apps or app manifests before, this will look pretty familiar. The short name is actually what shows up on the user's home screen and in system settings. And the full name will appear basically where there's space for it. So in the Chrome prompt and in the splash screen, which shows before your site loads. Then you've got an icon. You can specify multiple sizes here, but we recommend at least one icon, which is a ping with at least 144 pixels to the side. 192 will scale up even better. And that icon gets used in a few different places. So in the app drawer, as I just showed you, in the rest of the system UI on Android, inside of Chrome when users are prompted to add your site to the home screen, and they're used to generate that splash screen. The start URL is, so to speak, the main screen of your app. It's what users will get when they tap on the icon on your home screen. And if it's open in the background already, they'll just pop back to whatever page they had left. The display mode controls how your app shows up on screen. Usually, you want standalone, which is sort of like full screen. You won't see a browser toolbar or other browser UI, but you will still see the Android status bar and the Android navigation bar. So this is, by default, sort of what native apps look like. But there are also a couple of other modes coming to Chrome. So first, full screen, which in contrast to standalone does cover up the status bar and the navigation bar. That's what you see here with paperplanes.worlds. And minimal UI, which is a new mode which shows a simplified toolbar with your URL and allows users to see it and copy it more easily. Then there's scope. Even if you have an app manifest today, you probably don't use the scope, because to date, it actually hasn't done anything to affect the behavior of your app. However, with support for links coming into Chrome, this field does now have some meaning. So a core part of the user experience of progressive web apps is that they open reliably and users never see a network error from the browser. In Chrome, that's the dinosaur page. And that's ensured by having a service worker which handles a set of URLs inside your progressive web app. But if you do provide a scope explicitly in the manifest, it'll restrict the set of URLs that should open in your progressive web app in its immersive form. The scope of your progressive web app will also define the boundary of your app. So right now, navigations to other sites from your progressive web app, that is navigations outside of the scope, will open with this little URL bar on the top that you can see here. That little bar isn't all that useful. We've heard from you all that it's lacking, especially compared to what you can do opening content from native apps. So to close this gap, we're planning to move this to a more featureful and familiar UI. It'll allow you to copy the URL, to open it in Chrome, or jump back to the progressive web app that opened that content with the X. And we're looking forward to getting your feedback on this as it rolls out later this year. OK, so you have a progressive web app with a manifest. Now you want to make sure your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted so that users will be able to add it. How do you figure out what precisely qualifies as a progressive web app? The best way to check the requirements is to use Lighthouse, where you can see there's a section called User Can Add Site to Home Screen. It's pretty self-explanatory. If those are green, your site should be addable on any Android device. As we announced today, Lighthouse will soon be integrated into Chrome's developer tools, making this even easier to get at. And we also know that being able to add your site predictably is important. So we make changes to these criteria carefully and with advance notice on the Chromium developer blog. So with all those requirements in place, users can be prompted to add your site after the browser fires the onBeforeInstall prompt event. Today, that prompt looks like this. In Chrome, it's fired when we've determined that your site is an eligible progressive web app and that the user has been sufficiently engaged with your site. The intent of that engagement check is to avoid spamming users with requests that they aren't likely to accept. And we said at Chrome Developer Summit last fall that we were experimenting with a threshold for user engagement. At the very beginning, this was a few minutes and a couple of visits to your site. And we heard from a lot of developers that this wasn't very predictable. And so in the most successful variant of that experiment, we saw banner triggering increase by half. And remarkably, the user acceptance rate didn't change much, even though we were triggering earlier. So we saw a 48% increase in the number of installs as well. And what that suggests to us is that we were being too conservative before. And so I'm pleased to say that we've decreased the engagement threshold in Chrome Stable. Targeting your prompts is even better than leaving it to Chrome. So you can hold on to the onBeforeInstall prompt event and show the prompts later at a time that makes the most sense to your app. Flipkart, for example, in this screenshot, delayed prompting users until after they completed a purchase, a moment when users are engaged and getting a lot of value from their service. And this led to 3 times more users accepting the prompt than they had before. Pretty soon, we're going to be taking this even further by firing onBeforeInstall prompt for sites as soon as Chrome understands the site is a progressive web app. If you add a listener for this event early on in your page, Chrome will suppress the default prompt and leave triggering to the install flow up to you, which gives you a lot more control. When the prompt is triggered from a user action, the display will change from the toast at the bottom to this style of modal prompt in the GIF here. This better aligns with the way that users and sites are using Add to Home Screen today. In fact, we see that most additions come from Chrome's overflow menu, which sites often actually point to from their own UI. And so by giving developers more control and the ability to reprompt when the user taps something, it'll be easier to show more timely and relevant prompts. So to summarize again, you can make your mobile web experience radically better by building a PWA, and that can help you engage and retain users who are already coming to you. We've been working in particular to make it easier than ever for users to add your site to their home screen to improve the experience and users' engagement once it's there. And with that, I'll hand it over to Alex to talk about some of the other platforms building for PWAs and some of the new capabilities.
Thanks, Sam. Can't wait to see all that stuff roll out later this year. Hi, everybody. I'm Alex Russell. I'm a software engineer on the Chrome team, like Sam mentioned, and I wanted to spend the next 15 minutes or so making you as sad about web performance as I am. No? I'm kidding, of course, kind of, maybe. I did promise Sam that I wouldn't use my last-minute slide editing power to make this secretly a performance talk. It is actually taking quite a lot of self-restraint for me to not go into why it takes 40 seconds for this site to load. But I'll do it. So where were we? Was it progressive web apps again? OK. Right. So app.ft.com is awesome. But you might not know that progressive web apps are also on Chrome OS. So if I go to app.ft.com in a tab on Chrome OS, and I spend a little bit of time on it, I'll eventually get an add to shelf banner, very much the same way that I would on Chrome for Android with that add to home screen prompt at the bottom. If I click add, I'll get a new item in my shelf at the bottom, and if I launch it, it shows up as a full screen window, a standalone thing. It even shows up as a differentiated item in the task switcher. It's a real boy. It's a full first-class application. This is pretty great. So Chrome has been taking some steps to make progressive web apps work on the desktop, but it turns out we're not alone. For the past few years, we've been extraordinarily lucky to work with our friends at the Samsung Internet Browser team to develop the standards behind progressive web apps. Since version 4 that they released last year, Samsung Internet has had great support for progressive web apps. You can even try it on Google Experience devices today out of the Play Store. So in addition to the usual add to home screen banner that you'll get with a user engagement threshold, Samsung Internet has been forging ahead with new ideas about how to communicate to users that they're visiting something that isn't just a regular website. So here's Twitter Lite again. If I land on Twitter Lite, I see the usual star button at the upper left when I first land there. If you've used Samsung Internet, you'll know that this is a little button that lets you bookmark any page. It's a quick action for that. But once Samsung Internet detects that the site is a progressive web app, that star changes to a plus. That's a visual cue to you that this isn't just your regular website. There's more to do here. Tapping on the plus brings you up to this menu, which lets you both bookmark and add it to the home screen. So it's a persistent cue that lets you understand that this thing is a PWA. So here's how the experience feels in context. This is a site that I'm particularly partial to, and not just because it loads fast. As you can see, Samsung Internet's progressive web app integration feels fast and fluid. Just like Chrome, Samsung Internet progressive web apps get their own top-level activities in the task switcher when launched from the home screen. And they launch Display Standalone too. So if you follow Android hardware, you might have heard of the new DeX. DeX is an add-on for the recently launched flagship S8 phone, which was released last month. DeX is a bit like a dock for your phone. It gives you a desktop mode, letting you connect an external mouse, keyboard, and monitor, all driven from the phone that you put inside the dock. As we saw on Chrome OS, there's kind of no reason to believe that progressive web apps can't excel on the desktop too. So here's the same flow. The Samsung Internet team sent us this video showing adding a PWA to the desktop, launching it, and once launched, it again launches in its own top-level standalone window. Because making responsive multi-form factor experiences is so easy and fluid on the web, the Polymer shop demo works great in both form factors. I think this is an outstanding testament to what's possible with the web today. And because web apps are standards-based, advanced features like push notifications can follow you to whichever browser you happen to favor on your Android. But that's not all. Thanks to the open nature of standards, our friends on the Microsoft Edge team have also been working with us on compatibility for features like service workers and web push. But what I'm really excited about is some of the stuff they unveiled at their Build conference last week in Seattle. Later this year, Windows 10 will gain some very deep integration with progressive web apps. In a first for progressive web apps, the Windows Store will crawl the web to discover which sites are. Bing users will see them as installable apps in search results, and developers will be able to easily claim store listings. Listings in the Windows Store let users discover progressive web apps wherever they might be looking for them, either in a tab or in the store. So progressive web apps like jig.space will always be available in the browser, of course, but if you're searching for the same experience in the store, they'll be listed there too. Installing these apps is just like downloading any other app from the Windows Store, except they're tiny. But as a developer, all you had to do was build a great progressive web app experience. You didn't have to target a brand new runtime. Apps that are downloaded and pinned this way get all the same UI affordances as native apps, including the ability to be configured, installed, and uninstalled naturally, just like you would any other Windows 10 app. Billions of users across desktop and mobile are getting first-class support for progressive web app experiences this year. I think it's a great time to be a web developer. This is hugely exciting. So PWAs are everywhere. In tabs for sites that you visit, on the home screen if you want them to be, on your desktop, and soon inside stores. For apps that need what the web already is great at, that opens up huge opportunities. If you saw Rahul's Mobile Web State of the Union, you know how vitally important that is to businesses and how PWAs are positively impacting sites worldwide. But what keeps me up at night, on the engineering side, is the set of things that the web hasn't been great at. A few years ago, people sort of thought it was nuts that we would do push notifications and deep system integration without coming up with a brand new format and a brand new way of packaging and distributing applications. I mean, everybody else was using stores, right? But we've got some great examples now, things like Twitter Lite, Ola Cabs, Forbes, and Lyft, showing what's possible if we just add a couple of things that are currently missing from the web and how much better that can be. So what is that next set of apps? On the Chrome team, we've been kind of preoccupied with the question, why aren't all of my social and media apps progressive web apps? So back in 2013, we were struggling to answer the question, why don't web apps ever feel great on a phone? The answer was a set of capabilities that reinforced each other. To make reliable apps that loaded quickly every time, we had to solve the offline problem, hence service workers. To participate in the tap and swipe ecosystem on your phone, we had to make it possible for you to access them from the home screen and inside the notification tray. So we worked on add to home screen and notifications and manifests. So what next? Well, we think it's a similar constellation of new capabilities targeted specifically at social sharing and media. We've been working on a lot of stuff over the past year to expand the power and reach of progressive web apps, but I want to highlight a few that are close to shipping, namely web share, improved media selection, image capture, and shape detection. This is not by any means the full tour. There will be lots of other talks, which will point you at a few of them. But rest assured, we're continuing to expand the set of capabilities for the web. So if you've implemented a modern website, you'll no doubt be familiar with the endless opportunities for performance degradation that social media widgets add. As bad as that performance problem is on desktop, it's much, much, much worse on mobile. I promised I wouldn't turn this into a performance talk, so here's the shiny video. This is Twitter Lite using a new experimental API called Web Share. Web Share lets sites trigger a share intent on Android in exactly the same way native apps can. On other OSs, Web Share triggers whatever the built-in sharing system is too. Instead of pulling in half a dozen social network scripts to enable sharing, the browser can now do the heavy lifting for you. That's a huge win for performance and for consistency with the OS. Triggering sharing is pretty simple. You just call the navigator.share method with the data that you want to share, and you'll have to provide either text or a URL in order for it to work out. The API is asynchronous, so it returns a promise, which integrates nicely with a new async function syntax coming to JavaScript. As you probably guessed, we're also working on the ability for progressive web apps that have been installed to handle intents too. That's happening via the Share Target API, and you should look for both of them in a Chrome near you sometime in the next year. Another major issue with sharing from the web today is that when you go to select a photo or a video to attach to a post, you'll often wind up seeing an intent chooser that looks kind of like this. Now, I don't know about you, but the difference between camera and camera wasn't immediately obvious to me. It turns out that the one on the left is for taking a still image, and the one on the right is for video. Who knew? The last one, Files, brings you into a system-provided file picker like this. This isn't the nicest UI, and while it's functional, it shares a problematic commonality with the first two. Because this is using the Android intent system to launch another application into the foreground, that means that Chrome can go into the background, where it might be killed, specifically on a low-memory device. So you sit there and you go through and you find the perfect thing to upload. Along with this post, you hit OK, and suddenly the page is reloading. Where did it go? This is a pretty bad experience. So to get rid of the confusing dialogues and to deal with the memory pressure issues, we've been working hard on a new UI that mirrors what most native apps have taken a shine to for similar reasons. Here it is. This new picker is faster and more intuitive, and I'm happy to say that it won't require any extra work from you to take advantage of it. Like the social apps you're used to, it allows you to select items from context already. There's also work happening to make background uploads of large media files easier, and one-shot background syncs are already shipped last year in Chrome. That means it's now the most reliable way to do an action like posting something to the web. It even retries when it detects that you're back online from a disconnected state. All of these APIs work together to make sharing and media easier. And that's a big improvement for selecting photos that you've already taken. But what about camera-based apps? I always tell the team that the web is for cat GIFs, and making cat GIFs is too darn hard on the web. What's up with that? Luckily, they agreed, and the image capture API is shipping in Chrome 59. This API builds on Chrome's really great get user media infrastructure to give you access to detailed information from the camera. It also lets you build your own controls to manage important features like zoom level, focus mode, color temperature, red eye reduction, flash, contrast, saturation, exposure. I could keep going. It's a long list. And we finally are going to get control over those features on the web in the next release of Chrome. There's so many options for image capture that I'm not going to go through code examples for them because it would be basically an exercise in regurgitating WebIDL. And I don't know about you, but reading WebIDL is not my idea of a good time. So luckily, the Polymer team has been paying attention to this problem space too, and they've put together some high-quality components that let you easily integrate image capture into your app. Check them out at webcomponents.org by searching for the app-media component set. It's pretty great stuff. Something that's increasingly important for AR and media applications is the ability to quickly understand what's in a scene, though. This is helpful both for focusing when you're taking a photo, but also for matching effects to faces and things that you might have in frame. Interestingly, it turns out that face detection, shape detection, and text recognition are built into nearly all modern OSs, and in the case of things like QR codes, sometimes even into the firmware for the camera itself. That sort of thing is expensive and slow to do in JavaScript, and can potentially jank your main thread at a moment when you really want it to be smooth. You're taking a photo, after all. You want to put some pictures on screen. Like WebShare, having the platform doing the heavy lifting for you can really transform the quality of the application that you deliver to the end user. So we're bringing shape detection to the web. Using the new image capture constructor, you can easily grab a frame from input that's coming from the camera or any other media stream whose contents you can actually read. From there, the face detector lets you scan captured frames for faces, returning a list of detected faces with X, Y, width, and height attached to each of them. You can capture multiple faces in a single frame, and this API takes care of all the fiddly bits for you. Same for the barcode detection. It works exactly the same way. You grab frames from the screen and pass them into image capture, and then you decode them using the new barcode detector object. It does exactly the same thing, except that barcodes not only have X, Y, width, and height, but they also have a raw value, giving you the decoded value of the QR code or the barcode that you're currently looking at. And while this may not seem like a big deal to those of us who don't live in countries where QR codes are used every day, in many parts of the world, physical commerce is increasingly mediated by the ability to quickly scan QR codes. This capability unlocks the ability for progressive web apps on the web to compete on equal footing, letting commerce-focused progressive web apps easily integrate a heavily used feature at much lower cost. You no longer have to send your own QR code detection library down the wire. This is great for users. And there's so much more to say about media. In fact, John and Francois are giving a whole talk focusing on playback on Friday at 10:30, which you should absolutely check out. The set of things that you can do today with service workers and the web's built-in media stack blew my socks off when they showed me the demos. I think you'll be similarly impressed. Also, be sure to check out Owen Campbell Moore's talk on building great user experiences tomorrow at 11:30 over on stage 2. We've learned some really important lessons and common patterns in working with partners over the past few years, and his talk is going to be essential if you're just starting on that journey. It'll help you learn a lot from the things that we've learned. So that's all we've got for you today, but we have a lot of time for questions. And if you do have questions, I'm hopeful that you'll be able to use the mics that are standing in the middle of each of the aisles and line up. Thanks so much for having us, and I can't wait to see what you build.
Adding support for a new platform feature in your app can be a very repetitive process. Many times you will switch back and forth between your code and a step-by-step tutorial or documentation, especially where you're not familiar with the API. That was the case when I was implementing support for app links in a sample app back when Android Marshmallow was released. App links is a neat feature that lets you verify a domain that is listed in your activities intent filters. From that moment forward, whenever a user clicks on a URL containing this domain, your app will open automatically without showing the disambiguation dialog. I remember that in order to make this API work, I had to make many small changes in different parts of my app, which is why I was very curious when I heard about the new App Links assistant that is part of the Android Studio 2.3 release. Its promise? To add App Links support in your project with just a few clicks, without leaving the IDE. Let's see how that works out. I found a perfect sample app for my experiment under Google/search samples on GitHub. It's a very bare-bones recipe app. The main page doesn't really do anything, but there's also a content provider with several example recipes set up and ready to be displayed in the detail page, implemented in recipe activity. All I need to do is open the activity and call show recipe, passing a content URI which matches a recipe in the content provider. Now imagine that I'm also running a website for my app, and I'd like my users to be able to share and open links to recipes in the same way, regardless of which device they're using. Let's see how long it takes to implement this using the App Links assistant. You'll find the assistant under the Tools menu, and it shows up as a panel on the right side here. First step, I want to define URL mappings in my app. I will add just one to connect recipe URLs to the detail activity. I just have to fill in my website's host name and what path to match. I'll use the path prefix, recipe, to also capture any recipe ID after the last path separator. And I want to launch the recipe activity. The tool generates the correct intent filter and adds it to my manifest. I can even see a preview of the changes and check that the URL I need will get matched to the correct activity. Step 2. Add logic to the activity to handle the URL. I'll select the activity that I specified in the previous step, and some code gets added to my onCreate method. This is just to help you get the necessary data from the intent, but remember that it's up to you to actually handle it in your app. In my case, I want to load and show the correct recipe. For that, I need the recipe ID, which is the last path part in the URL. Now I'll just convert that to a URI pointing to my content provider and pass it on to show recipe. In some cases, such as this one, when the activity's launch mode is set to single top, you will also have to handle a new intent delivered to an already running instance of the activity. I will refactor the code I just wrote into a new method and call that from onNewIntent as well. Before I move on to configuring App Links on my server, I just want to check that everything I configured so far works on the device. I'll just use the App Links tester in step 4 to launch a URL pointing to the grilled potato salad recipe. It correctly launches my app and shows the recipe. Great! You might have noticed the disambiguation dialog that popped up when I launched the URL. Getting rid of it and launching directly into the app is the last part. Let's proceed with step 3, generating the digital asset links file. You'll need a few details about your app, such as the domain you're using in your links, application ID, and the signing config. Most of these will normally be pre-filled for you, so you can just click the Generate button. Now, you will need to place this file under this path on a domain that you control. Please note that this is where it's the easiest to make a mistake. The path must match exactly. The well-known folder must be under the root of the domain, and the server must be using a valid HTTPS certificate to serve the file, even if your app links are only using HTTP. For testing my app, I'm just using GitHub Pages, which gives me an easy way of hosting my asset links file with the correct SSL certificate. Let's test a sample link again at step 4. And the app launches, taking me directly into the recipe. No need to click through a dialog this time. That's App Links, fully added to a sample app in just 4 steps, without looking at the documentation. If you like the App Links assistant, or if you have any feedback, please let us know on our social channels.
Right, let's have a little chat about a brand new API that's just coming out on the platform called the Media Session API. I heard about it when I started doing this app it was mentioned to me by a couple of the Chrome engineers. But Francois, who's on my team, there's a brilliant Google Web Developers update where he explains in complete detail about how to set up the Media Sessions API. So check the notes below. We're going to pop in a link for that, but I will just show you briefly what it actually looks like in the context of the app on my phone here. In fact, because you probably can't see it, let's switch across to the direct screen cam. There you go. That's what it looks like on the phone. So as I start playing a video like this, you see that if I swipe down from the top, we actually get a notification which has an icon here, and it has play and rewind and fast forward buttons, and you get to configure those yourself. In fact, let me go into another one of these videos where I think I've actually set up to load some custom album art as well. So there's me and Jake, and you can see here now we've got custom album art, which is the picture of Jake, and the previous and next, the fast forward and rewind buttons are actually set to be skip forward 30 and go back 30. So I should be able to tap that and go forward 30, which you can see there. Oh, it's just skipped it right to the end. Whoops-a-daisy. But I can replay the video. Don't worry. The other thing that it actually does, which I really like, is if I turn off the screen and then on again, you can actually see that the picture, the album art, is actually the picture for my phone in the background. That is very exciting, isn't it? So let me show you a little bit as well, since we're here. Let me show you a little bit of the code. It's very straightforward. We have a quick check whether we support the Media Session API, which is basically looking for, let me show you actually. It is just simply looking for Media Session in Navigator. And if we have Media Session in Navigator, then we consider ourselves having the Media Session API. And what we do is we say navigator.mediasession.metadata, and then we create one of these new media metadata thingamajigs. Very exciting. ESLint doesn't like it. It doesn't think it's a real thing. It is a real thing. You can totally use it. And you give it things like the title, the album, the artwork. I've only set the 512 and the 256, but very much like your manifest files for progressive web apps, you can set as many of these as you need, and the user agent will choose whichever one it thinks it makes the most sense for the device that it's on, and it will upscale and downscale as necessary. But I currently am just setting a couple of them. I may need more as time goes by. And then afterwards, after we've set up the metadata, we set some action handlers for things like the play, the pause, the seat backwards, and the seat forwards. The thing to bear in mind here is that any that you set will have the buttons appear in the notification. If you don't set one, because there are other ones that you can set as well, and I forget which ones they are, but check out Francois' post. He explains the whole kit caboodle. Any that you don't set won't appear. Any that you do set will appear in the notification, and then somebody can control your stuff from the lock screen or by just dragging down from the top. All very good, isn't it, that? And very straightforward code to be writing. So a brilliant little progressive enhancement thing that you can chuck on, and that I have chucked on my media app. Cool. Toodaloo.
GDG Mumbai.
Sat Shri Akal to all. I am from GDG Jalandhar.
As a community, we are a family, and we learn a lot of things together, and we share it with the community.
It's a good opportunity for networking. We get the exposure we'd never get from any other organization.
Hello everyone! How many of you guys are Android developers here? I thought as much, a majority. Looks like you guys are already big fans of Firebase.
I'm going to explain you how you can get started with API.ai, is that you will go back and hopefully build one agent.
To all the women out there, let's get to work, ladies. It's high time that we start coming forward because we're good at it, and there shouldn't be anything that's holding us back.
Being with GDG is really cool.
Google India rocks.
Google Launchpad is Google's program to achieve startup success through in-person mentorship. If you look at India today, we have 400 million folks online. And by 2020, it's going to be 650 million. That's a huge number. And therefore, we feel that working closely with developers, entrepreneurs, startups is the way to go forward.
At the core of Leaders Lab is really around this question, how do you help smart and very motivated people grow? And our belief at Google is that the best way to help them grow is simply by giving them feedback.
This is built upon Google's best practices in
in people operations and supported by Harvard and Stanford's research. So we really use the best of Google and the best of the world.
The Leaders Lab was beyond my expectations. What were my strengths? What were my weaknesses?
What are some of the gaps that I should be focusing on to become even a more effective leader?
How do you have those tough conversations with people? How do you structure it in the right way, the value of honesty?
The way the feedback was collected, I think I really liked that from our colleagues, from our partners, from our clients. That was a great effort by Team Google to actually do that for us, because we wouldn't do that for ourselves.
Launchpad Accelerator is a global program. We're looking to empower the startup leaders across the world, especially in the next billion markets. And we want to help them, of course, achieve success, but lift up the potential of what's possible.
I think that one of the things that I have applied in my life as I have been evolving is like, feel the fear and do it anyway. Well, I want to tell the whole story. Basically, I am a developer advocate at Google, and then somebody, the head of Web Dev Rel told me that, would you like to go to Latin America and to do the roadshow? And I said, yes, anything that I can do to help the region and the developers here to advance and to enable them to create awesome stuff, it actually makes me very, very happy.
We've been in Sao Paulo and Rio, and now we're in Mexico City. We're doing one-day events and meeting fantastic developers. The web is a fantastic way to deliver content. You can get content to users with very small downloads using progressive web apps. My life philosophy, my motto, actually I have two mottos on the web. The first is keep it simple, and the second is focus on the user.
The Roadshow is a great way to educate people how to build fantastic user journeys from top to bottom in 2017 and beyond. Most of the barriers are self-inflicted. You really can do most of the things that people tell you not to do on your own. So keep pushing for what you want to achieve in life.
For us, it's really interesting to actually get out there and understand the local culture as well. Just, email or Twitter or something like that is not enough. You need to go out there and see there's actually human beings all over the place and understand both the opportunities they have, but also the constraints. So there's so many things in life that can be boring, but you actually get out there and you connect to people and you see all the similarities and the things you can do together. There's nothing better than that. Keep on exploring all the time. There's so many things that are terrifying and you don't want to take the risk, but it's almost always worth it.
It's great to be back in Mexico City. I've met some really amazing developers here who are just building some really cool things. So it's been an awesome opportunity to connect with folks. Every day when I go into work or start any new project, I always think to myself, no obstacles, only challenges.
My life motto is probably passion for your craft. So really believing in what you do and wanting to be the best at it. I can't wait to see what comes out of this, what gets built. This is exactly why we love doing what we do so much, to see these sorts of events and these sort of passionate developers and visit these sorts of amazing cities too.
We hope to come back, visit more countries, and we really want to hear what you're doing, the PWAs that you're making, and get in touch if you have something that you think we should look at.
So Matt, what's in your bundle?
I don't have any bundles.
You don't have any JavaScript bundles?
I don't write JavaScript anymore.
Has JavaScript fatigue finally gotten you?
Yeah, that's it. I'm dead now.
What do you do these days?
I come and meet you in a coffee shop and get free coffee because
like
you're a delightful human being.
Like any normal developer. I see. Okay, so for everybody else out there working on JavaScript, there's a really cool tool I recently discovered called Source Map Explorer. You can get it on NPM. This is sort of useful for understanding what is in your JavaScript bundle, what you're shipping down to your users.
So how is this different from just normal source maps? What does it give you?
It sort of understands your dependency graph and dependency tree. I'll visualize it for you in a nice pleasant way. Okay, so I'm going to run it against a source map that was generated from one of my vendor bundles and just show you what this looks like. So here we've got Chrome open. I've got the source map explorer dependency graph sort of visualized here. And this is kind of nice because I can take a look at any one part of my graph. So I can see here, these are all the different bits and pieces of React that I'm using. I've got React Router over here in the corner, and I can zoom in and out. It's so nice and pretty. But I've also got, I can see that, what percentage of my bundle is being taken up by different libraries. Here I can see that, in this case, Firebase is taking up quite a lot of my bundle. But I wanted to show you a pro tip that I was walking through with David East the other day. So, and Source Map Explorer visualizes this quite nicely. So I can actually just require in the pieces of Firebase that I'm actually using. So
rather than the whole massive bundle.
Rather than the whole thing. So a few minor changes. I can go and do a new build. And if that all works out, I can show you the before and after, thanks to some movie magic. Now we're going to go and run it against the new vendor bundle. And what we can see now is that A, we've got a much smaller bundle on the whole, but B, we've also changed the look of this graph. So earlier we had a Firebase that's about 304 kilobytes, sort of, that's unminified, ungzipped or anything like that. But it contained database, authentication, storage, and app. I really only need app and database, so I just switched my code over to using those atomic modules. And here you can see that we've actually managed to make our app a tiny bit smaller. Yay. It's 138 kilobytes before we've minified it and gzipped it.
All you need to use this is just the source map. You don't need the original source or anything like that?
It just works on source maps. So normally, like for dev at least, I usually have my source maps on my JavaScript files.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because I guess if you strip stuff out of the actual main source by whatever tooling that then gets accounted for in the source map, yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
There's a bunch of different bundle analysis tools that are available. Webpack Bundle Analyzer is another one that's got colorization in place, and it's super sweet. Specific to Webpack, I think, at the moment, but it's also worth checking out. But yeah, tools like this are just great for understanding exactly what you're shipping down to your users. So it's good to ask yourself what's in your bundle.
Oh, I see what you did there. Nice.
Hello, I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is your update about the coolest developer news from Google in the last week. The Advanced Android App Development online course has been updated, improved, and extended. With it, you can build a portfolio of apps as you improve your Android dev skills. The course is linked from the post in the description below. We recently launched AIY Projects, do-it-yourself artificial intelligence for makers. With it, makers can use artificial intelligence to make human-to-machine interaction more like human-to-human interactions. We'll be releasing a series of reference kits, starting with voice recognition. More details and links are on the post. Chrome 59 Beta is now available with headless Chromium, native notifications on macOS, service worker navigation preload, and more. All the details are on the post. Google Cloud Launcher has more Google-maintained containers, including Cassandra, Elasticsearch, Jenkins, MySQL, and more. Google Container Solutions are managed by Google engineers, and since we're maintaining the images, the containers available on Google Cloud Launcher will be current with the latest application and security updates. There are two announcements from Google Cloud Next London that I wanted to tell you about. First, Google Cloud Natural Language API is adding support for new languages and entity sentiment analysis. And second, Cloud Spanner is now generally available. Check out the details of both announcements on the post. Google I/O is just around the corner, and if you're like me, you like to go in prepared, which is why we have an Android, iOS, and web app to help you customize your I/O schedule and get around the Developer Festival. Check out the screenshots and find the download links on the post in the description below. Please subscribe and share. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll see you next week.
Tại vì hồi xưa mình những cái máy, cái thử công nghệ tiên tiến nhất mà mình có được là chắc là cái máy tính bỏ túi thôi.
จำได้ว่าวันที่พ่อถือคอมพิวเตอร์เข้ามาเนี่ยค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นมากว่าแบบมันจะเล่นยังไง
你只需要打一个连接你就可以开到那个网页了你不觉得这是好像一个魔术一样吗
เว็บเนี่ย เป็นสิ่งที่ง่ายที่สุดแล้วในเวลานั้นที่ทำให้เราเขียนโปรแกรมได้บอกเราชอบเพราะว่ามันสวยงาม
Thì ở đây môi trường thực sự là rất là trẻ trung và năng động. Và ở đây nó giống như là một cái gia đình thứ hai của mình vậy.
父亲通常不会说一些说你令他骄傲的话。我希望我是其中一个推动网页发展。我希望做到的是让这种知识更普及，更多人知道如何开发网页。
And now it's time to talk about Android Auto. Doesn't it feel like old times?
I know, it feels like we're at an introduction to Android Auto reunion.
Dylan, tell us about what we're sitting in. Actually, before we get to that, tell me about what the latest is with Android Auto.
Well, I think the latest we're showing here today is that Android is now embeddable in the car. So unlike I think we've seen in the past you guys were showing on the phone or even connected over USB to the car, that's Android Auto. Now we're showing Android as the actual embedded operating system in the car. So our goal is always to have safe, seamless, integrated, connected services. And now I think we're seeing the seamless part of that. There's no phone involved here.
Yeah, and it's beautiful.
Yeah. So this is an Audi Q8 concept car. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's got a really nice set of screens we can look at here. And Audi actually just announced plans to ship in the future with Android in the car. So that's what we're showing here today.
Very cool. Well, let's get to, I don't know, play with some features, and then we'll get back to Android Auto in general.
Cool. All right. Yeah, let me show you a few different things here. So first of all, we've obviously got a home screen. It doesn't really look like a phone, doesn't look like a wearable or a TV. So this is nice automotive integrated experience. We've got the kind of information a driver is used to seeing here. But the key aspect of this is that Audi did the integration, and it's Audi's UI concept. It's not just another phone or even just another car. So, for example, they like to have music front and center. They got a great sound system. So there's interactive tiles here. We can turn these on and off. They have the ability to look at vehicle information. Unfortunately, we're not driving right now, so it's a little static, but they have this, and it's an Android app. That's the important part. It's just an Android app. We can also go to their home screen and see on the launcher, they've got their important stuff that they feel is front and center here. So, for example, we can switch between apps. There's an Audi navigation app, and we can start running it. Does what you might expect in a car, right?
Awesome.
We're driving somewhere, so that's good. You know, like,
let's go.
Yeah, no, let's not.
We should go right through those doors there.
Actually, yeah, we should do. Not. They won't be happy. But yeah, so this is happening. But what I want to draw your attention to actually is kind of the integrated aspect of what's important here is over in the cluster display now, which actually isn't running Android. This is a real-time operating system for the driver information, but we do have information coming from the app, from the APK, through the vehicle network, and it's being integrated into their cluster over here. The same with actually the Android notifications as well. And if I switch to what they call their big stage, their different view, we can also now push through a cluster API. We can push real graphics from an app as well. So this is pretty automotive specific. This is not something you would necessarily want to do on a watch or what have you, but this is the kind of integration we're looking to do with the partners.
That's awesome. I mean, how it's all well integrated, and you still get the real-time OS for the instrumentation. I mean, that, I imagine, is critical in the automotive industry.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're really focusing on what they call infotainment, the music, the maps, the media, the car information. But what we're not going into is the critical information that, like we're not touching the brakes, for example, right? We're not controlling the brakes yet. I shouldn't say yet. We're not controlling the brakes. Or things like the speed limit, which really has to be accurate and present all the time. But I think the key, as we're saying, is we still do want to show integration as appropriate so the driver has all the information they need to see right in front of their eyes. And the passenger, for example, can still work with the system as well. So let's switch to Google Maps, for example, like this. And the passenger can work with the app like so, or they can even use the Google services like the Assistant. Navigate to San Francisco.
San Francisco, all right.
That's more like it. We're on the way. We can also show how here we've got third-party apps as well. So we were just talking about how on the phone side of things, the app developers have enabled their apps to work seamlessly in a car. And the same applies here, so it just extends right across the ecosystem. It's kind of just another screen to an app developer implementing a couple of APIs. But of course, we can switch to different apps. And I think the really cool thing here is that it still looks and feels like an Audi. It feels like a premium experience, but it also kind of feels like Pocket Cast. And it also kind of feels like Spotify. So I think those are the key things we're trying to call out with this concept demo with Audi. Is number one, Android is a good operating system for the car, and number two, the developer ecosystem can come with it and tie really nicely with a good vehicle integration as well. So there's
like it uses the standard Android Auto media and messaging API, so that just integrates right in here. So yeah, that's cool.
Yep, absolutely. Like media browse, media session. As long as the apps work there, then Audi can assure that it's going to work in their car, as can any other OEM as well. So that's the key, right? The standard APIs.
Nice. Awesome. Well, before we get going, I'd like to ask, what else is going on in the world of Android Auto? One of the things that I noticed recently, and people are still asking about, is that you can get Android Auto on your phone, even if your car doesn't have the integration built in.
Yeah. So one of the things we talk about is safe and seamless connected experience in any car. So obviously in this car, we have it here, it's seamless connected, but actually just if I have a phone and I'm driving my crummy old, I shouldn't say crummy, my Mazda 5, I love it, it moves my kids around. I can stick this on the dashboard, I have Bluetooth connection and I have everything that I want. So if I'm driving with my old car that doesn't have Android Auto into it, I can still use my phone as is and look at the media apps that I already use today, my contacts and my map in a safe, seamless way. So yeah, I think that's the exciting part, is on the phone, connected from the phone to the car, or just the car.
Very cool. Well, I think that's all the time that we have, so I guess we'll get going. Anything else you want to say?
If you want to get going, should we just drive?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do it.
You want to go take a seat? Hello, everybody. Hello. Thanks for coming. My name is Corey O'Connor, and I'm product manager on Android TV for major platform features, including the system UX, setup, and more.
Hi, I'm Isaac Nelson, and I'm the technical lead for the home screen and launcher experience.
So I know happy hour is coming up, and we'll try to keep this really interesting to the point and get you to drinks shortly after. I'm going to start and give you all an ecosystem update and walk through some of our new announcements. And then I'm going to hand it over to Isaac, and he's going to give you the technical details about how you, as Android developers, can bring the new experiences to your apps. So there are big changes coming to Android TV, but before we dive into them, we wanted to take a little bit look back this year. In short, it's been a great year for Android TV. We continue to see amazing growth in the number of devices. Our strong partnerships with pay TV operators and hardware manufacturers have allowed us to more than double the number of devices that have activated in 2016, and we actually expect that to continue, if not increase, in 2017 and going forwards. We're seeing this growth both in the set-top box form factor, which includes streaming devices, and cable and satellite form factor boxes, and in addition to the smart TV form factor. Since last year at I/O, we've launched a number of new devices with partners, including the Dish Air TV with Dish, the Mi Box with Xiaomi, and with Airtel, we actually launched the first satellite set-top box based on Android TV in India this year, so that's pretty exciting. The list of partners up here is actually just a few that we wanted to call out. We've also expanded our international footprint to 70 countries, and there are now more than 3,000 apps on the Play Store, so that's pretty exciting Android TV apps. In addition, though mobile viewing has grown, the TV still dominates for lean-back content. There's a recent Netflix report came out, shows that while acquisition of a user can happen across a number of form factors, that could be laptops, computers, phones, tablets, and the TV itself, 67% of long-term viewing happens on the TV and in the living room. Now, this just validates what we've long held, which is that the TV app experience is critical for content providers. It's what you have to nail in order to deliver long-term, highly satisfied users. As Dave said in the keynote this morning, Android TV has seen tremendous growth. I think his stats were 1 million new activations every 2 months. But as they say, the best is yet to come. So we launched Android TV 3 years ago, and since then we've learned a lot. But this year we took the opportunity to take a step back and take stock of where we were on the platform, and also how changes to how people were engaging with content in the living rooms. Now, across the industry, we found these 3 common issues, these 3 core needs that were really going unaddressed. So the first thing we saw was that it's really hard to come to grips with all the different content available to us. So families now have multiple sources for what they want to watch, depending on the mood, the time of day, who's in the room, and a bunch of other factors. And it's interesting because content is mostly visible within the app or service. So what you do is you turn on the TV, and you have to actually deep dive into the app to see if it has something you're actually interested in watching. So it's become really hard to know what's available before you figure out who you want to watch it from, which we kind of realize is a bit of a weird situation. Also, the problem gets a bit harder because there are so many different types of content available to watch. It could be video on demand, and that could be through subscription, paid or rented. It could be digital, web-driven sort of social content, or it could be live television through a pay TV subscription or an antenna or over-the-air source. So as of yet, it's been really hard to fold all of these different types of content into an empowering experience for users. So the second thing we saw is that the emotional hook from a piece of content that we see, it's diminishing. You can imagine that we may have found our way into a list of options. It could be recommendations or something like that. And we're seeing the movie art or poster art, and we're not feeling connected to any of it. Now, with this huge number of options for content available to us, which we love, we like a big menu, but we're losing our ability to make a decision. Now, we saw users with these huge lists of options available to them. Maybe there's a watch list that they've curated, or maybe there's recommendations that they've made sure, as much as possible that it reflects what they want to watch. But when the time comes to actually play something off of that, they really can't find the spark that they originally had, why they put it there in the first place. So the watch list had become more aspirational than actionable. The third thing we saw, people were really looking for ways to tweak the content on a device, to customize it for how they want to watch. So when you bring a TV into your home and you sign up for a service or an app, the shows, the actors, they become part of your family. They're part of your routine. You watch them every night. It's like a ritual. We think that part of this should be being able to nest with the device, to customize the experience so that it fits with your life and your needs. If you watch people get a new TV or a new phone, one of the first things they do is they sort of move things around, right? You move the apps around, you set the background, you set your ringtone, you customize it to how you want to use the device. But with TV, from a content perspective, people really can't do that. Now, these concerns have been around for some time. We're not surfacing these. These are the only people to have ever discovered these things. But they come out now and again in user research and market and analyst reports. They're known issues. But what we've done is we've taken these issues to heart in Android O, and we've set out to directly address them with a major refresh of Android TV. Now, the first major change you probably have already heard about. Earlier this year, we announced that the Google Assistant will be coming to Android TV. The Google Assistant is your own personal Google. You can ask it questions, you can tell it to do things. It's always ready to help, and it's available across all of your devices, so you can integrate it into your life. Now, what does that really mean for TV? Well, one of the core design principles in bringing the Assistant to the TV was that people are trained from a young age to talk about media with others, to use our voice into discussion about what we want to watch or what we feel. I do this frequently with friends and family. We go back and forth about what we're interested in, figure out if it's a show or a movie, how much time we have left, what's available to us, and we arrive at a decision. This sort of interaction feels very natural. It's what we're used to when we're dealing with people in everyday life. Now, we think that voice is an amazing augmentation for media consumption in the living room. So what we've done is we've optimized the Assistant on TV from the ground up to fill this role. That means with an Android TV, you can use the remote alone to navigate the UI. You can use the voice button on the remote, and you'll be able to talk to the Assistant. Or you can use the Assistant in a hands-free mode to discover and play content. Even better, you can transition between these modes seamlessly. So whatever you want to do, it fits the situation you're in. If you want to talk, it's there. If not, no big deal. Now, there was a bunch of work that went into us getting here. We had to build multiple speech models, UI that's responsive to the situation and context of a user, and a number of other things. But what it's resulted in is a new, more natural and transparent way of interacting with your TV. In addition, because it's the same Assistant that connects your Google and third-party services and devices, you can use it in a bunch of interesting scenarios. So actually, let's take a look at one of these. Let's imagine it's Friday night, and I'd like to watch a movie. I might say, show me some recent action movies. Now, the Google Assistant knows it's me, and it knows the context where I'm at and what sorts of things I'm interested in, like actors, for example. So it's going to bring up a list of things that might interest me from multiple sources. There might be a way to further refine the search or broaden it, but let's assume for now that I see what I'm looking for. One thing to note is the Assistant can work in a conversational manner, meaning that it's going to remember the context I have in case there's a follow-up request. So I think I see something I'm interested in. In this case, I want to watch Deadpool, which is a hilarious movie, by the way. But if, for example, it's a complicated title, or if I'm feeling a little bit lazy, I might just refer to it by the order it is in the list, like I might be talking to someone else in the room. So I might say, play the third one. Now, what's happened is that the Assistant understands where we're at in the conversation and what I'm trying to do, and so it's going to play the content that I requested from the source that I had. Now, maybe the movie is just starting, and the family's sitting down ready to watch, and we realize we want to make the experience a little bit more comfortable. So because it's the Assistant, it's connected to the other devices in my house, and I can control the lighting in my living room just by asking. So I might say, dim the lights. And the lights dim, and we're ready to watch the movie. Now the second major change. They say home is where the heart is. So in order to truly change the way people use Android TV, we had to make a change to our home. For Android O, we've redefined the home screen on Android TV to be a channel-based, content-first experience. This new home enables users to engage with the content and apps that they love, all in the same place. Now, instead of showing you more screenshots up here, we decided, at a bit of risk to ourselves, to actually give you a live demo using a developer device that we have, and we'll walk through the features on that. So could we switch to the Nexus player, please? Isaac's going to help me out for this. So I wanted to call out that we're still putting the finishing touches on this experience. So you should expect to see further visual changes and performance improvements as we move closer to launch. So let's walk through the layout a bit. So at the top, you're going to see the same quick access to search that you're used to. And below that, we're introducing a favorites row for favorite apps to easily launch into the favorite apps right from the top of the screen. You'll see Watch Next below that, and we'll come back to favorite apps and Watch Next a little bit later. In the middle and continuing down, we have a number of rows full of content that we call, perhaps unsurprisingly, channels. So a row is a channel. These channels are the core of the new home screen experience. Each of these channels is created by a media app to display content relevant to you. You might think of each channel as a window into the content available inside the app. Now, apps surface content in channels by displaying programs, which are the boxes you see here with TV shows or movies or video on them. So we got a channel inside a bunch of boxes. Those are called programs. These are recommendations for content that's available right now for you to watch. And they could be on-demand content like a movie, a TV series, could be a video clip, live TV show, could even be a live traditional TV channel. And actually, there's a couple more. Isaac will talk about that later. Now, each app gets to decide what the channel's named, what it looks like, what content appears in it, what metadata goes with that content, and in what order the content is displayed in that channel. When you select a program that seems interesting to you, it's going to launch the app and take you directly into the content, starting playback immediately. If you decide to press the back button from there, the app has the ability to sort of re-engage you and take you to a higher level screen inside the app. Now, by structuring the experience this way, what we're allowing apps to do is surface different types of content in the same experience, giving you the choice of what you're in the mood for. Now, you could see in the same experience what's on your DVR, what movies are recommended for you to rent, and what on-demand shows maybe you haven't finished binge watching yet. In addition, apps have a lot of control about how they want to present what they think is most relevant to you, so there's a good balance there. All right, actually, let's go to the Play Movies channel, and let's select Fantastic Beasts.
I saw its eyes, shining white eyes, and it dove down underground.
Now, what you're seeing right now is a feature we're really excited about called video previews. From our research, we found that seeing short previews of the content has a significant boost to engagement and decision-making, and that kind of makes sense. So let's use Fantastic Beasts as an example. I know it's set in the Harry Potter universe, and I love the Harry Potter universe, and I've seen it come across my recommendations often, and I haven't yet pulled the trigger. But when I focus on it in this discovery experience, and it plays the preview, I see the world, and I see the characters, and I hear the music, and it's no longer a poster to me. I'm drawn in. Now, apps have the ability to provide video previews for each program they put in the channel, regardless of what type of content that might be. That might take the form of a live preview for live content. It might be a trailer for a movie. For a TV show, it could be the series trailer, or it could be, a season trailer. And for video or digital social content, it might be maybe the first 15 seconds of what that content is. We think that this is going to drive a lot of engagement for our app partners, and we're seeing many developers integrating already. And you can see it's quite a compelling experience as we're in the discovery mode here over a poster. So maybe I'm not in the mood for Fantastic Beasts right now. Let's actually go to the next one and take a look at Hidden Figures. So you can see how powerful these video clips are, where we're sort of previewing the content that we may want to watch right from the discovery experience. It's almost like I'm in the movie theater and I'm watching the previews and getting excited about what I'm about to watch. Now, what happened when, actually, this looks great, so let's open it up and launch it.
What do you ladies do for NASA?
Calculate your trajectory.
Now what happened is we clicked on it, and it launched directly into the Play Movies app, and it's playing the content. This experience works really well, you can tell, with the existing app model. So we've hopped into the middle of the movie. Let's pretend for a moment that I've watched half the show, but I have to stop, and let's go back out to the home screen. And let's go up to the top, please. So what you're seeing is that the content has been added to my Watch Next row because I wasn't done with it yet, and the system is helpfully saying, look, you have this available still to watch. The Watch Next row is a single system-delivered channel that's always at the top, where content you've previously engaged in will be presented, and this will be from all apps. Watch Next is designed to give you an easy way to get back to content that you know and love, especially if it's something you're binge watching or actively recording or you haven't finished. In addition, if you haven't watched something yet, but you want to in the future, you can add it to the Watch Next row directly. So I did get excited about Fantastic Beasts. I think it was the preview video. So let's go back to the Play Movies row. Let's add it to Watch Next. And let's go back up to the top. You can see now how the Watch Next row over time is going to reflect the things that I like to watch. So an app is not just restricted from offering only a single channel. In fact, it's just the first channel from every app that appears automatically. Apps can actually offer multiple channels for a user to the home screen, which basically gives the app more real estate for them to sort of draw the user in with their content. I wonder if YouTube actually has an extra channel. YouTube has lots of content available. So let's go take a look. We're going to go to Customize Channels, and we're going to go to YouTube. We'll do it questions in a little bit. So we're seeing multiple channels here. Today at the keynote, I think Sarah mentioned that the YouTube is launching 360 videos on the TV, and Android TV was going to be one of the first devices to get that. Well, for a demo, surprise, surprise, what a complete coincidence, we have a channel with 360 videos. So let's enable that. As you can see, the channel was added to the home screen. So actually, let's check out one of these videos. I think we're on a Coachella video, so let's open that, launch the YouTube app. Now, Isaac's going to use the remote to look around, and I think this video is pretty cool. It's got actually multiple 360 cameras all throughout the audience and on stage. And I think we're going to do transitions between these different cameras, so you can kind of look around and see what it would be like to be on stage, in the audience, backstage, a whole bunch of things. So this video is pretty great. Let's hop back out, but make sure to go and check this out on your Android TV. I think it's launching in the next few weeks. So the ability to have multiple channels from the same app and channels from different apps allows you to have content for everyone in your family's tastes available from the same UI. So we've seen how, as a user, you can go and proactively look for channels available to you through apps that are already installed on the device. Also, though, when you're in an app, that app can suggest channels to add to the home screen. So a dialog would appear, and you would say yes or no, and if you said yes, that new channel would appear. So in this way, as a developer, if a user is interacting with some specific part, some themed part, or something relevant for you to create a channel, you can actually proactively suggest, hey, there's something you can add to your home screen from my app. Would you like to do that? The last thing we wanted to mention is that there's still a way to access all the apps on the device, whether that's because you're launching an app that doesn't fit really well into the media-first model, or because you're just more comfortable clicking on icons and brands and that sort of thing resonates with you. So from here, you can also set which apps appear in the favorites row we talked earlier. So let's go ahead and add YouTube Kids to the favorites row, because we have friends come and stay with us, and it would really help to have an app that is very easy for them to launch, is very visible for content available for them. So it was added up there. So could we change back to the slides, please? So in addition to the home screen, we've made changes all around the Android TV platform, and we really don't have the time to discuss them in this session, but I just wanted to pick out 2 examples. So as part of Android O, we've built a completely new setup experience for the TV that's going to help you transition media apps from other Android TV devices to your new TV. During setup, if you, for example, have an Android phone with TV-relevant apps on it, and you're signed in to a Google account when you're doing setup on your TV, we're going to suggest installation of these apps. With a simple click of a button, we're going to install the app in the background, and that app will then proactively put channels full of content on your home screen, so that by the time you're done with setup, voila, you're going to land on the home screen, and it's going to be full of channels full of content available to you. And even better, if that app integrates with Smart Lock, what we're going to do is we're going to remember the login information. So when you click on this app or click on a piece of content, it's going to automatically sign you in. So you'll get out of your out of the setup flow. Your TV will have content. You click on a piece of content, you go right into watching it. Also, we've made updates to components in the lean-back library, and call this one out. This is a great update to the playback element that adds detailed seek thumbnails. It looks amazing, and it's actually extremely useful when you're trying to find something specific in the seek. So we talked a little bit about the 3 challenges we saw in the living room when it comes to entertainment, and we also talked about the changes coming to Android TV. And with the Assistant, we're augmenting the remote to have natural voice interactions with your TV, and we're really excited about the new content-first home experience on the Android TV. We think you're going to find that it's easier to figure out what to watch, it's more fun to look at your available list of options, and it's more engaging when you actually customize this experience for what you're looking for. Now, the Assistant will be available on Android TV devices back to Marshmallow, and it'll be later this year. And the new home experience will be launching on all Android TV devices when they upgrade to O, so expect to see the first devices with this new experience late this summer. Now I'm going to hand it over to Isaac, like I talked about before. He's going to talk about the technical details for how you as Android developers can help us create this experience with your apps.
Thank you, Corey. So let's talk specifics. What can you, the app developer, do to showcase your content, your app content, on the home screen? We start with the basics. We are using 2 well-known Android concepts. The first one is the content provider. We use content providers with new APIs for storing channel and programs data. Your app should insert channel and program data into the providers, and the system will automatically show it. The other concept is we use intent to tell your app when to insert your first channel and when your user is interacting with your content. You will use a broadcast receiver to listen to this intent and act upon them. And of course, to make it easier, we provide a support library for easier implementation. But what exactly do you need to do? What should the app do, and exactly when? So to better understand it, I'm introducing Shea Isaac, a brand new fictional Android TV app. The app allows users to watch cooking videos in different categories, favorite them, rate them, and create personal content channels. And I will show you what I did in my app to showcase my content on the home screen. So let's begin. The first thing I added to my app is a broadcast receiver to listen to this intent, the initialized program intent. The intent is sent to your app, to my app, once the app is installed. So very basically, broadcast receiver that listens to the initial program intent. Once the receiver is called, I start a job. I use a job scheduler, or you can use Firebase job dispatcher too, it doesn't really matter, and I insert my channels. So I decided to insert 3 channels. 2 or 3 channels is about the right number of channels. I can fine-tune it later when I know my users' taste better. So as you can see, I schedule using a job scheduler a task. If you notice the 0 on the set minimum latency, when you set it to 0, it means that the system will actually schedule this job immediately, which is a good thing because we need the channel to be visible immediately after the app is installed. The job runs a simple task that actually pulls data of my channels from my backend and insert them into the provider. But how do you do that? So how do you insert the channels? So we have in the support library several builders to help you build channels and programs to insert them into the provider. So I use the support library channel builder to create a channel. And you can see I set up the type to preview. I set the display name to the channel name. And I set a link back to my app, so when the user clicks on the channel icon, it actually opens my app. And I use a content resolver to call insert and just insert the data into the provider. And the last thing to do is actually add a logo to my channel. So there's a call for that. And actually, you can either provide a bitmap, or if it's too hard, then actually you can provide a URL to the bitmap somewhere on the internet, and the support library will download it for you and actually insert it for you. Same thing for programs. For each channel, I will use a builder to insert the programs. So I set the channel ID, the same one that I created before. I set the type. For me, it's clip. I set the title, the description. There's way more metadata to insert. I'll talk about this a bit later. And then I insert the URI that will actually, when clicking, will play the content. Will call my app to play the content. And again, I use the content resolver to insert it into the provider. And the last thing I need to do is ask the system to make the channel visible. And to do that, I do one simple call. I request it to be visible, browsable, and presto, that's it. I created my first channel. I want to take a moment to talk about the first channel. When the app is installed, it gets what we call a golden ticket. The ticket which the app can use to insert a channel without the user approving, without the user interaction, it will be visible by default. The app gets one golden ticket, so once you insert the first channel, this ticket is gone and cannot be used anymore. So if you want to add additional channels, it needs to be approved by the user. So the first thing you need to do is do not remove your first channel, your default channel. Use it, update it, but don't remove it. Since my app shows video clip, I will use the program type called clip. But there are many other program types to use, and it depends on the content that you're showing what types to use. And each type has a different metadata associated with it. The API documentations online show very well what exactly the metadata you need for each clip type, for each program type. So just to show, we have 7 types of video programs, from movies to TV season and live channels. And you can understand that if I use a TV episode, I may have the episode number and the season number, which will not be relevant to a movie, so we'll use different metadata for different kind of programs. The same thing for audio. We have 5 types of audio programs. Talking about metadata, each app has a title, it has a description, it has more metadata like the release date, the length of the program, the user rating, there's author, there is price, there's many more fields available. And of course you have, and for the visual part of it, which is the most important part, you can insert 2 different images. Oops. One is when the image is focused, your program is focused on the home UI, and one when it's not focused. And of course, you can also use the preview video, which has the most visual effect. The more metadata you add, the better. So my app is installed on the device. The user used it, watched a few videos, even added a second channel using the customized channel. And it's great, but I want the user to be engaged more. I want the user to go back to my app and watch more content. So how do I do that? To do that, I need to keep my content fresh, to update my channels all the time. So what I did, I used cloud messaging to have my backend ping back to my app when new content is available. When my app gets this ping, this message, I run a job. Again, I run a job in the background to pull this new content from my backend server, and also to query the data that's actually on the device, in the provider, so I know what's new and what's already on the device. And I'm going to consolidate the 2 data sets. When I do that, I try to do what I call a smart sync. So I will compare the 2 data sets, and then I will remove all programs that are not available anymore. I will add new ones that are new. And the ones that are still there, I can update them. Maybe the release date changed, maybe the number of views changed. I can do that, update the programs, and also maybe change the order because some of them are more popular than others. And that's OK. We try to avoid the remove all, add all concept or paradigm, because what happens if you do the smart thing, the visual will be better. There will be less visual glitches, visual movements on your channel, and that's what we're aiming for. So I have more channels. I have them with fresh new data. What's next? So I added a feature into my app to actually allow the user to add channels from the app itself. So when the user is interested in the topic or the category, I pop up a view which has a button in it and suggests the user to add the channel to the home screen. When the user clicks on it, what I need to do is a few simple things. First of all, again, I need to build a channel to insert. So I use the program builder to insert the channels and the programs into the provider. And then I do one more thing, is ask the system to make it visible. And the way it works is that I create an intent, which is called channel browsable, request channel browsable. Then I do start activity for result. This tells the system to actually show a confirmation screen. And remember, golden ticket is gone. You need the user approval. The user can approve or not. And when the user approves it or not, well, I can actually know what the user replied by checking on activity result. And I know if the user actually approved it or not and do with it what I want. Woohoo! 3 channels now on the home screen. Good job. So let's move on. So another opportunity to engage the user is actually the Watch Next channel. Remember, that was the channel that was on top of the screen, and it's a system channel, so you don't have to create it, but you do need to follow some guidelines in order to use it. So the first thing I did, I added support in my app to actually monitor what's added to the Watch Next channel. So every time a program is added to the Watch Next channel that it's my program, I want to know about it and I want to track this. So it's a very simple API. You can add, remove, and check if the program is in the Watch Next channel. And you can implement it with a database or shared paths. Pretty easy thing to do. So let's look at some use cases. So let's talk about the continue playing. So the user watched one of my videos but didn't finish watching it. So what do? What I need to do is actually add a program like before, the same concept. I set the type, the clip. I added another type, which is what kind of type it's on the Watch Next channel. This time is continue watching, what we call continue here. And then I add 3 more data to it. One is when did it happen? And the other 2 to help us with the UI is to the length of the program and the current play position. And again, simply just insert it into the provider and you're done. And if the user keep on playing the content, I can just update the current play position to update the UI. Great, I have another card on the Watch Next channel. One more thing I can do is that if I have some clips that are part of a season or a series, when the user let's say is watching episode 2, I can insert episode 3 and say that's the next one to watch. Or maybe if I have at the end of the season, I have in the next season, I can add a card for the next season, a program for the next season. So what I did is actually added again a program by same type clip. Watch Next is next. The type is next, like next item, and just adding when I inserted it in, so that it will be in the system. Oops. And again, I have another card on the Watch Next channel. The last thing my app does is actually listen to the added to Watch Next. As you remember in the demo, we long press on the program, click the add to Watch Next, and it was added to the Watch Next. What happened is that the system actually takes the program from the apps channel and copy it over to the Watch Next channel. We do that so that the visual effect will be immediate. But what we also do is we send an intent to my app to tell it this program was copied and added to the Watch Next. And what I did in my app is, again, putting a receiver to listen to these intents. And the next thing I do is start a job, and I save this information inside my own database. So when this program is updated, maybe the number of views change, I get a refresh of the image, I can actually also update it in the Watch Next channel so the content will be fresh. OK, so let's recap. What should an Android TV app do? So first of all, it needs to add channel right after install, at least one. Keep the channels up to date, refreshed, engage the user. The app can suggest more channels inside the app. Use the Watch Next channel to engage the user to continue watching the content. And listen and react to user interactions. And of course, do not remove your first channel. Thank you for coming and listening. If you'd like to learn more, we have sandbox area where you can see the demo again. We have code labs. You can actually go and build your own TV app. And you can come to the office hours. I'll be there, and you can ask questions. Or you can go online and see the documentations. Thank you so much for coming.
And one more thing I just wanted to do before we go is to give a shout out to the Google Play Awards on May 18th. We're going to do it at 6:30 p.m. on stage 3. There's an Android TV award as well, so go there and cheer whoever's going to win. Thank you, guys.
If you have any questions, feel free to come over to the microphone and ask.
goes all the way to 11.
That's great. So I'm here with David Singleton, VP of Engineering for Android Wear, and he's going to catch us up on all the latest things with Android Wear.
Thanks, Timothy. Yeah, so it's great to be back here again at Google I/O in the wonderful sunshine.
Every year.
Every year it's sunny. So what's new with Android Wear? Earlier this year, we launched Android Wear 2.0, which is our biggest update to the platform since we launched all the way back at Google I/O in 2014. And with that update, we were really focused on making some of the things that we see people do most with their watches better and faster. So we start with watch faces. Obviously, we all love to have watch faces that express our style. But actually, what we're finding is that people love to have information that really matters to them right there at a glance throughout the day. So we made it possible for developers to put data from their apps onto any watch face that the user might choose. And for users, that's really powerful because it means you can have a watch face that matches your style, but has that information from the apps that you love. We made major updates to the system UI to make things like messaging much more fluid and fast. And then finally, we completely revamped the fitness experience with Android Wear 2.0. So with 2.0 having come out earlier this year, what we were talking about at I/O this year is a lot of new stuff that we're building for developers. And during the keynote, we shared some of the momentum that we're seeing for Android Wear in the category, which we're really excited about. We shared during the keynote that we now will see 24 brands right now that have Android Wear watches.
That's awesome.
And we didn't say this in the keynote, but that means there are actually 46 different Android Wear watches you can choose from right now. And right from the beginning, we felt like it's really important for a product that you wear right on your body to be somewhere that you can express your personal style and passion. And so having that choice of devices, we think is a tremendous testament to that. Some of the ones I'm most excited about, TAG Heuer just launched their second generation product, which is called the TAG Heuer Modular 45.
I haven't seen one yet. Is it amazing?
So you should take yourself into our sandbox. Okay. You can see the best thing with this product is there are all kinds of variations. You can swap out everything from the bracelet to the little horns to the bezel on the watch and really create a look that's very personal to you. And it also has watch faces that are personally customizable to match all of that. We're also working with some new partners for the first time this year. So Movado earlier in the year announced their product, and it's really exciting to see the kind of minimalist design that they bring to their watch. And then some of our other fashion partners, like Michael Kors, for instance, have updated their lineup with a new product called the Michael Kors Access Grayson, and one called Sophie, which you can see inside, which is a really nice small watch, which I'm really excited will take the product forward for women in particular. So we're seeing this really tremendous momentum, and actually that began before Android Wear 2.0. So when we look at our new device activations for the holiday season last year, we actually saw 72% growth on the year before. And with Wear 2.0 coming out and all those new devices, we're really excited that momentum will continue through this year and beyond.
Awesome. Let's talk a little bit about fitness. It's one of the areas that I'm most excited about with smartwatches in general, right? What are some of the new devices and some of the features there that you see users really engaging with?
Yeah, thanks for the question. One of the things that we did with Wear 2.0 was completely revamp the fitness experience. And one of the things that we really see is that what people want to do with their watches fall into two buckets, two distinct kinds of use case. So one is, I'm actually like working out right now and I want to track it right on my wrist. So we call that Fit Active mode. You can start Fit Activity. You can use all the sensors on the product, maybe you're running or cycling, to see exactly how hard you're working, use your heart rate, compute things like your distance and calories burned. The other kind of experience is just using the product to set some goals that matter to you. Maybe I just want to be more active and I want to be active perhaps for 1 hour every day. Set that goal and then just go and live your life. The watch automatically keeps track of your movement, so we can see how many minutes of the day you really were active. And by seeing that at a glance on any of those watch faces, it really helps me be more active through the day. You can see that right there in the watch I'm wearing now. So we find that tremendously powerful. But also, smartwatches with beautiful and vibrant screens like Android Wear devices are a great place to coach the user. And so with the update that we recently launched, we introduced challenges where you can do things like sit-ups and push-ups, and the watch will actually show you exactly how to do them. And then it will use the sensors in the watch to see how many you did and are you doing them with the correct form. And that's really cool because it means that there's kind of no cheating. You can't say, yeah, I did my push-ups. It's actually going to count them for you and you're going to do more every day. And it really helps keep you motivated.
That's awesome.
I'd love to tell you a bit about what we have new for developers that we're talking about at I.O. this year. So we're really excited to build on the things that we're seeing developers do with the Wear 2.0 platform. And in particular, let's talk about watch faces. So I already mentioned that we have the Complications API that lets your app put data on any watch face. But if we turn it around to the watch face developers, they can take those data and actually render them in any format that fits the aesthetic style of the watch face.
Cool.
And that is cool because it means that you can have a watch face that really, represents the particular visual, graphic design, or whatever it is that you really care about. But some of our watch face developers have told us that they actually find it quite challenging to take all of the different kinds of data that apps could provide and render them in an enchanting fashion for their users. So we're making this easier. We are launching several things here at Google I.O. that mean that if you're a watch face developer and you're dealing with this data coming from apps, you can render it really easily in an enchanting form. So one is a text rendering system that allows you to fit text into any size region on the screen and it will automatically resize.
That's one of those things that's not as trivial as you would think it would be.
That's right. It actually took a lot of work to make this work really well. And then beyond that, we have something called complication drawable. And that means that the system will actually take care of rendering the complication data right where you tell us. And then we provide some APIs that allow you to style it so it can still fit with the visual flow of your watch face. And then beyond watch faces, we're also taking a lot of the work that we've done to build UI components and going through the process of open sourcing it. So it will be able to be evolved faster and you'll also be able to understand exactly how it works as a developer.
That's very cool. All right, so what are some good next steps? What are some things that developers can play with today?
So today you can go ahead to the Android Wear website and you can download the SDK. You can try out all of the new APIs I just talked about. They are live on GitHub right now, or as of 4 minutes from now. So take yourself over there and have fun building watch faces that use the Complication API.
Awesome. David, thank you so much.
Thank you.